I'm ready.
I started a recording.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, nerds. 3 weeks has been a little bit too long, but here we are back with another Adventures in Groran. Our first arc is done with, our second is underway. As our nerds made a rather middling journey through the mountain passes south of the town of Ithwich, making their way into the primarily dragonborn inhabited Zeroan Commonwealth in search of, well, several things for each of them. Ellie looking for a cure for a curse she got by stupidly drinking cursed creature blood. But don't worry, she's had plenty of time to regret it. Irana looking for her dad, a musician of great renown, who, in spite of all the stereotypes will tell you, she actually does have a great relationship with. She's not the product of a one-night stand with a groupie. Don't you ever assume that. He is a saint. And
My mother would kill him.
literally. And Kyra, at the moment, is just happy to be there, taking on a very lucrative potential contract with her professor and, for the time being, employer, Professor Blackwood. Basically giving free rein that if you find out about any ruins that you could potentially explore and find neat stuff, I will pay for it.
Yay.
As they made their way through the mountain passes.
You're forgetting a member.
Oh, Mako's just there for the ride. She's having fun. And who could forget about Gaunter? He's there too.
Yeah.
I just can't talk to him.
No, not yet. So, they made their way through, technically on contract to protect the dragonborn wizard who turned out to actually also be a spy, Meaguile, who is checking out the town to see exactly what sort of potential trouble it could spell. They learned quite a bit, spoke with him at length about several of the things you could encounter in the Commonwealth, and getting some insider knowledge, and survived a very close brush with a ambushing pair of crag cats on their first night at camp. The rest of the trip, well, they had a couple of interesting calls. They managed to turn an Ettin's crude ambush on itself, and then managed to kill it, both encounters really ending with very keen, very well-placed, aimed shots from Kyra, who not only took care of the cats, but also managed to shoot the Ettin clean through both of its heads at the same time. Nat 20 kill shots are fun. Taking the Ettin's heads as a potential bounty, as well as discovering a few bizarre things up in its bone pile that it had been dumping its remains into, the party made their way out of the mountain passes, Irana briefly getting a message from her father through a magical means that was as cryptic and nonsensical as you'd expect. Told her to ask him about a horse the next time they saw each other, and offered no reason why.
Horrible creature. Terrible, absolutely dreadful.
Cursed.
Why are certain women in the majory obsessed with them? Kyra has no idea.
They like the flirt. Now I'm thinking that like the Madrian equivalent of like the Twilight Saga is a horse girl movie.
Oh god, it's that fucking weird ass image.
Fucking centaur.
Yep.
That fucking image that was going on a while back of a horse with just a dude's face on the end of its neck.
Yep.
Say it.
All right. Well, there's the world building.
There you are. Say it. You're a horse.
The horse is. I watch you sleep.
Wilhelmina.
Oh my god.
It's literally just. It's Mr. Ed.
Oh no.
Mr.
Okay.
Edward.
Mr. Edward. Okay. Well, this is canon now. Making a note.
Oh
Don't worry, Phoebe, they did that to me too with a Juraguma who wanted to eat a dog first. So.
All right. So.
Terrible.
With that cursed bit of world knowledge now imparted into all of our heads, Our party left the mountain paths behind and headed towards the mountaintop city of Moraskos, hoping to find a cleric of Ragmuth and potential answers, and honestly, just whatever might interest them along the way. And so, Kyra the human nerd, Irana the halfling bard, and Ellie the lizard folk fighter. The sun is beginning to set pretty hard as you are coming up to the base of this mountain, which, as I mentioned last session, is a steely grayish complexion to it, and it has very clearly been worked very extensively, and it's kind of been carved into an almost natural pyramid-like formation.
Ooh.
With one large, jagged ridge just kind of coming down the side, forming into a corner that seems to lance into the dusty earth below it itself. The land all around you, as you're approaching the base, you notice very quickly there's not a lot of vegetation. This is the rain shadow of the mountains you just passed through. It is very dry through a lot of the northern parts of the Commonwealth.
Ah, so we went from California to Nevada.
Not far off.
Ellie is appreciative of it not being fucking freezing cold.
It's still cold. The sun's setting.
Let me
And you're
tell
about-
you, going from pinewood forests and in snowcap to just barren desert within a mile of each other is one of the most jarring things you could ever experience, and that's the border between California and Nevada.
I've experienced something somewhat similar with bits of Appalachia, but it is nowhere near as bad. Appalachia's not high enough to form a rain shadow that big. So, the temperature is starting to drop as it's getting colder, and you arrive at the base, and you do see there are quite a few other carts and carriages making their way along a nearby road that are making their way up this pass as well. There's a very clear, gentle sloped path ahead.
What kind of people are on the carts going by our direction?
The majority of them are Dragonborn, as you can pretty clearly see. Most of them of very neutral-toned scale colors, and not especially flashy. Some of them you do notice are a little more colorful, and a couple of them you'd even notice have skin that kind of glistens like metal.
Ooh.
But they are the decisively least numerous of the lot.
Oh, was Miguel still with Miguel
Yeah.
with us? When we had
Miguel is still with you all.
We meet at the guild hall, I think.
He's still with you guys, but yeah, as you are making your way up this slopeway, it becomes very evident very quick that it is starting to get colder. There is a breeze forming as you gain elevation. Looking out all around you, it's a very open expanse with no vegetation. You can see pretty far into the distance the flatlands extending on and on and on and on and on. If you wish, you can roll perception checks, a lot of you.
Yay.
Nat 20 right out of the gate. Fun.
Hey. Jesus. Hey, perception.
That bodes poorly for me later.
Roll 20. Roll 20, please. Okay.
Fuck you too. Fuck you
Wow.
too.
It took a minute for that to go through.
Oh, why did I do it twice for you, Ellie? God damn it.
Sorry, but that 5's the one I'm going to have to count here.
Yeah.
All right, so Ellie, you're like, wow, this is so neat. Then a breeze gets right into the inside of your cloak and into the base of your neck. No, pain. Things should not be like this. You just hunch in and just get down as low as you can. Now, the other two of you, there's a couple of interesting things you can both see. First and foremost, you can see Irana had the higher score, so Irana, you can actually see that some very far off in the distance, a very faint dust cloud of it looks like a large number of creatures moving across the plains, kicking up dust that is catching the light of the setting sun. Can't tell what they are, but you can definitely see they're moving, and they appear to be moving east. Kyra, you also can see that, and very far in the distance you can see just the littlest bitty speck of what appears to be kind of a large, it almost looks like a mountain, but like very geometric in the way it's shaped. But it is very far off. Hard to get any extra details out of that.
So would that be here Or here
Yeah.
is what I'm saying.
You're looking down south and you'd see that
All right.
Oh.
as you're gaining in altitude. All right, then. Miguel just kind of says he has his pseudo-dragon familiar perched up on his shoulders. They reach up towards the upper part of the city. You can start to hear just the sounds of hammers striking metal, people talking. You can start to smell as the breeze blows down the mountain, the smell of cooking food and several various odds and ends and incense and so on. And as you crest up one particular switchback of the pass, you are treated to this place.
Oh.
All right, then. Feel free to take it all in. One of the few things that's free here is the view. And what a hell of a view it is.
Where are we entering in at?
You are coming in down here at the southern end. If it'll actually let me click. There we go.
Okay.
And the first thing you can see are two very massive, dilapidated archways. And flanking alongside one of them are two massive statues of snarling dragons.
Ooh. What are these for?
So are we talking about Saddlers or Waldorf dragons or regular dragons?
Oh, these are very standard dragons. They are very lifelike. In fact, almost too lifelike. In fact, since you asked that, Miga will be very happy to explain. Say, oh, those are living monuments, as it were. Those are actual dragons. It's how they were buried, quote unquote.
What?
Yep. They were war heroes a couple thousand years back. I forget their names. Two brasses. They held back the elven front lines and let the army escape into the mountains. It was noble of them. They both died, but you know.
What did they fight?
The armies of the Fae. All manner of things. You wouldn't think they're as strong as they are, but at their strongest, it's like fighting a storm in a human body. They don't look that different from you, pointing over at Kyra. But you've met Gideon, you know what elves look like.
Yeah. Well, that I have.
Irana's just got a big question mark on her face, but
So is Ellie. Okay. Ellie's like, okay.
It's all ancient business. Not everyone in this town is as fond of history as I am. Most people don't even know what I just told you. They're just part of the scenery.
Oh, that's a shame.
You'll have to. That's a hard pill to swallow. You're going to have to just get used to it, Dragonborn. They are utilitarian people. I speak not entirely for myself there. If something no longer has use, they'll build over it.
I understand.
But, you know, there's potential. It's all a matter of how you spin it to them. You have to make the past sound useful. If you can manage to do that, they'll latch onto that very quickly.
We can understand that point of view.
So they haven't heard the idea of paid museums?
Not here, anyway. There are things like that for, like, personal collections, which usually is all about how, look how badass my ancestor was, or look how badass I am. It's usually what it amounts to. Not here, much. Most of the people here are craftsmen. But I think you'd like Lusamir, though. If you're ever there, I will be happy to show you around. Now then, looks like we're going to have to check in. As the carriage comes to a somewhat gentle stop.
So is the guild hall here, or?
You'll find out in a moment. You're coming up right here to this archway. There's a surprising, not a decent line of carriages coming up. Most of them are carrying mostly crops, you notice. Various trade goods in a few of them, but a lot of them are fruits and vegetables.
One getting attacked by a guard drake while the guy yelling, "My God!"
Ellie is keeping an eye on all them.
And then the next guy, "My babushkas."
Yeah, Dragonborn Customs is rough. So,
Ellie's just keeping an eye on everything happening around her just because it's new and she's still a little on edge for everything that's happened to her.
I can definitely say you've never seen a city before. You have not left Ithwich. It was your frame of reference. Moraskos, just from this glance, you can see through that alone already looks a lot bigger and a lot more complex.
Ellie is fidgeting.
Yep. You can also smell and hear the sounds of falling water and kind of this steam vapor rising up into the air at the edge of your vision. Lots of fires being lit, lots of speaking in Draconic. You approach the gate. There's very little hassle. Miguel just kind of gestures to you all. Just show them your badges. You'll be fine. Guild folk get in easy. Yep.
Badge.
Easily done. The person at the counter is a dragonborn of notably golden complexion. Their scales are very luminous and bright. They appear to be quite the nerd in appearance. Very scholarly sort, not much in the way of muscle.
I was going to ask where would be the local reporting area or constabulary to report like certain things attacking the passes.
All right, then. What language do you ask this in?
Draconic, obviously.
Just making sure. All right. The gold dragonborn does immediately kind of perk up, and you notice that when he gets surprised, the frills and whatnot on the back of his head kind of expand outward a little bit, almost like a warning crest. Just, starts talking to you in Draconic as well. Not bad for a short jaw. It's like you speak our tongue pretty well.
It takes a lot of education and practice, but
I've heard, yes. Your anatomy's not quite built for it. Snouts, you don't really have as much of a snout, but that's really not bad. I'm actually very impressed. But yes, Guild Hall is on the other side of the stream next to the temple.
all right.
Can't miss it. Just look for all of the adventuring types.
Thank you for the information.
Pleasure. Enjoy your stay in Marascus.
Your scales are wonderful. You must take good care of them.
Oh, these old things. Nah. They're like this on their own. I just polish them a couple times a week.
I see. We see.
So I imagine Dragonborn showers is like 10 minutes washing themselves off and 20 minutes polishing.
Yeah, polishing is most of it. It's almost more like a car wash.
Oh my god.
They've got car wash buffers on the sides of their showers.
Mm-hmm.
Gnome Tech is amazing.
Hey, you joke. Alright, so. Alright, best be inside, holding up the line. And Miguel kind of gestures the creature in. So we can park the cart over here. Over here, this building here, there is a pretty decently accommodating stable that does not charge for guild members. You're able to dock your beast of burden that you have not named, and the cart is left there as well. And
Changing his name?
Yeah, we let him keep his name he already had.
all right, excellent. Okay, so
It's like naming someone else's Pokemon. You just don't do that.
You just don't do that.
fair point. Fair
Unless they
point.
named something terrible because their original owner was an asshole.
Well, that's just spiting, and that's just the Pokemon rejecting their original name. All right, so setting down off of the cart and onto the dirt, it is pretty chalky. It's gravelly in texture on the ground as you set down. Kind of this crunch underneath your feet as the somewhat loose, flaky stone, shale-like, kind of comes down. This area has been very extensively mined, and a lot of the runoff has been used to pack into roads. Say, okay then, let them know about the Etten Head in a moment. Let's head over to that guild so I can get you guys paid for escorting me, and you can see what you can get for those.
All right, where is it on the map?
So you guys are right here. The guild is over here.
Alright.
Let's get on walking.
All right, watch your pockets as we pass through the market.
Imako?
Yep. Don't worry. Sharp as a tack, these eyes.
We have no. We have
Yeah,
no
Kyra's
money.
actually kind of broke, so all she has is her gear, which is kind of hard to take.
Ron is just
Yep.
like, they want to reach in my pockets for this 2 gold. They can go right ahead.
If they want to reach into my pocket and pull out a fucking severed head, they can do that too.
Since my pockets are on my boobs, I don't think I'm not gonna notice.
Kyra not.
It's like, huh, guess there is some advantage to those. Migo just kind of says.
Not really.
Invested in the conversation.
Irana looks up and goes, "Not really."
Ah, okay. Sorry, I've had some debates with friends about that.
As my sister would say that they're a blessing and a curse.
They're a pain in the ass. Irana says this
Interesting.
with a big bright grin. They're a pain in the ass.
Ellie looks confused.
Interesting. Well, you're going to get paid the next time you pass through this market. Watch your pockets. Not everyone here is of a friendly nature. It is a city. Now, some people here are just trying to get by.
Oh, I'm well aware.
All right, then. Off we go. If you see anything interesting, feel free to... He just kind of stops and sniffs the air. You just kind of notice a small frill on his own head of spikes extending up. Just, oh, take me to heaven right now. It's like, you there! He kind of shouts out as you see another large horned beast walking by with another kind of all black scaled dragonborn walking next to it. Hey! It's like, how much for 2 Drakal? And you notice that kind of in a bunch of tied up stacks are just these masses of piled up sticks that on the ends of them are what appear to be almost look like pine cones mixed with chili peppers made of metal.
Oh.
It's like, how much for 2? I cannot tell you the last time I had some of these. 2 will get you this. Just cuts off a couple of the fruits and tosses them over to him. Fills up a little small sack with them. Hands him a couple of gold triangular shaped coins. It's like, oh, everyone at home's going to be so happy when I bring these back.
What are those?
These are the secret ingredient to the best hot pot in the Commonwealth. It's kind of hard to translate exactly what they are. We always called them brass cones. But I'm not sure you actually... You don't grow these where you're from, I don't think. I don't believe so. They do not. These are a new sight to you.
We got wheat, more wheat, peas, Wigan kebabs. Ugh.
We have never seen anything quite like these either.
Well, you boil them and, there's nothing quite like it. I'm not even going to spoil it for you. Anyways, these will be wonderful things when we head back home. I'll be heading to Lusamere tonight. Hopefully I can get there before sunrise and we can figure out everything from there.
Also,
Hmm?
I'm gonna post something.
Oh dear.
The Wigan kebab.
Oh god, no.
Food.
Oh no, I've seen that.
That's Adrian food.
That is the most British food showcase I've ever seen. It's so gross.
I don't even want to look at it.
Oh no.
Save yourself. So, as you were walking through the crowd, you notice definitely it is a somewhat tightly packed area, just passing through a bunch of tents, a bunch of market stalls. The smell of smoke pretty heavy. You notice a few different standing forges that have people working at them. You just hear lots of shouting in a lot of different languages.
Ooh. Are any languages familiar to me besides common?
You know what Draconic sounds like, and you know a few words in it, but not super much.
Alrighty. Nothing like my tongue.
Draconic, Common, Sylvan, Zanguza, and Primordial.
You do hear a little bit of the Sylvan tongue being said around, but it's not the loudest thing. You are hearing the native tongue of gnomes a little bit, which, oh boy, it's like speaking binary. It is fast and choppy.
I know 3 languages, and 2 of them haven't been spoken on this continent in, like, I don't know, several hundred years.
At least.
So nothing sounds like Vosh.
Not at this point that you can hear.
Alrighty.
It's okay. I posted Adrian food in the chat.
God damn it. Okay.
So fucking. Why?
Yep. If you watch it, you can literally feel your soul getting drained out of your body.
I'm not watching it. I'm just looking at what the hell. What the hell is in this? What is he spooning onto that, and why?
It's peas and pea sauce over a fried potato.
Mm-hmm. The longer you think about it, the worse it gets.
I hate everything about that. That's
The worst part about it is just the sheer happy nonchalance the people selling it are talking with. All right, so
That is the food where Kyra comes from.
mm-hmm.
You poor girl.
it's nasty. You're gonna
Right,
show Irana a Madrian food one day, and she's gonna go look at it and go, "That's nasty."
That shit nasty.
So much exotic food smells like Kyra's never smelt before.
They spice their food here.
Like,
Imagine that.
so it's like, wow.
That's usually something
Okay.
for rich.
Can I perception to see what kind of smells I pick up?
Absolutely.
And here I felt bad when Nicole insisted we salt and pepper our food. I thought
Right.
that was feeling wealthy, but now
13.
A 13. Okay. A lot of what you're smelling is food. You're smelling a lot of blacksmithing smells, a strong scent of acid in the air a little bit, but one of the strongest smells, it's kind of an undertone to everything else, is you're smelling very strong mineral smell. Although that you can't tell the origin of it at this point. But a 13 also would notice you as something bumps into your leg, something very short.
What is it? Is it a
You
gnome?
You look down, and it appears to be a child gnome, about
Oh.
half Irana's height.
Oh, jeez.
Irana twitches.
Hello.
Salutations, ma'am. Could you please spare a coin?
We are very sorry. We have no money.
Right?
You roll a 21 inside, okay. Oh, wow. This kid's off to an interesting start. This kid is very on the level.
Huh.
We are sorry. We are.
Either he rolled a nat 20 or he rolled.
It means something very interesting happened. It might involve a very high roll. But he does appear to be hungry. He does appear to be very thin, and he does not dressed very well. In fact, you could probably tell at a glance this kid is giving off orphan vibes really hard. Whether that is intentional or not, I don't know.
Irana digs into her pocket and she goes, "Well, this is all I got left. Here you go, kiddo."
Oh, thank you very much, miss.
There goes my too cold.
Your kindness
Yeah,
will not be forgotten.
We are out of coin.
Meanwhile, Kyra's like, hey, thank God Mike holds in my breast.
And Irana's saying that very loudly. She's like, "This is all I got left."
Your kindness will be remembered, miss.
Can Ellie insight this child?
If you wish.
Irana's not gonna bother. She's like, whatever. Even if he's lying, what the hell do I care?
15. A 15, okay.
Yeah, this is a common shakedown tactic.
Yep. Okay, and
May not
Wow.
have been victimized of this scam more than once.
yep. He did roll a nat 20 the first time, though. So it caught you off guard because you've never seen a gnome, and you're like, how are you alive when you're that small? We have newborns bigger than you. All right, so
Irana
this was a
literally does not give a shit.
that was a much lower roll on his part. Okay, with your more objective, non-culturally biased insight from this, this kid definitely is thinking a lot more than he is speaking. It's like, and you get the intense vibe that he was testing you just now.
Ellie narrows her eyes, which is not visible beneath her hood.
Is looking at him like she knows that he's being a shit, but she doesn't care.
And he just kind of smiles, walks over to the nearest counter, puts the 2 gold down, gets a couple of very nice-looking kebabs, and just starts munching on one of them. He does a little 2-fingered salute with one of the kebabs and just melts into the crowd.
There, see? That wasn't a waste. He got food with it.
We do not think it was a waste. That was just...
Oh, that was me out of character. Saying.
Okay.
So, all right, and Miguel, meanwhile, is just sitting there sniffing one of those fruits he just got, and he just holds up something, and Kyra, he's got your wallet in his hands.
My wallet?
Yep. The kid mage handed you while you were distracted.
Oh.
Alright, let's go Wacko.
Like, God, he was cute.
Rana's just kind of chuckling under her breath, like, "Oh, you little fucker."
He didn't take anything. I think he was gauging your reactions. Orphans like that can be found just about anywhere in these streets. Not surprised they get organized on occasion. Either way, I think you passed his little test. Yeah, you stow that away however you do. Just hands your coin purse back to you.
Oh, you got one?
Mm-hmm.
Ellie checks her monster purse. Has anything been taken?
No. Cash in a wallet.
See. All right, then. Well, that is definitely an interesting outcome. All right, let's head our way. They should be coming up on the Ragmuth Temple soon. You were looking for something to that. It's a good place to start looking.
Excellent. We will go right there. Well, we should go see the guild first.
I'd recommend you book lodging for the night before you do anything else. It's not, once these markets close up, it's not the safest to walk the streets. It gets cold. Wyverns come out and on occasion pick up stragglers.
Oh. We do not like the sound of that.
I imagine Irana's hair just slowly goes Ghibli hair.
She looks at the guy and goes, "Really?"
It happens more often than you'd think.
She looks up.
The Wendigo will eat
Son
your
of a
baby.
bitch. Do you want me to roll perception? Seriously?
Feel free.
Yes, the Wendigo will eat your baby.
Oh.
9. All right, you look up, torchlight illuminating part of the night sky, but you don't see anything. But in the process of doing that, you almost walk into a giant gray leg, almost the size of a tree trunk. You stop yourself short just for the last second as you guys all look up and notice a line processionally walking of elephant men.
Oh.
Each one of them the better part of 9 feet tall, trunks held up in a bizarre trumpeting sort of posture, all dressed in robes and garbed in robes depicted with a lot of dragons on them.
Ooh.
Well, history or religion check for that?
This would be a religion check. History would also work, but honestly, hey, a heaven or hell roll.
Damn.
Oh, shit. Kyra, goddamn. Calm down.
Okay. It's not a contest, God. Okay. You immediately recognize exactly what's happening here, and it does not surprise you to see them. You know that back in the homeland, Loxodon that lived primarily in the Rockshall and savannas to the south, a lot of their population are devoted worshippers of Ragmuth. And quite a few of them you'd heard were immigrating here. And this city, now that you remembered, oh, right, it all just kind of lines up in your head. There's a Ragmuth temple here. It's a city that's sacred to the mountain god. It makes absolute sense that Loxodon would come here and treat it as a Mecca-like site.
Are they in a religious procession, or are they just walking around?
Kind of both with that nat 20. You get the vibe that there's not really, the way that everyone else is looking at them, and they all notice them, they are considerably taller than everyone else here. They are clearly doing a religiously intended sort of walk towards the temple, but everyone else is looking at them like they're kind of just with raised eyebrows and that's a that's a choice for how to get from places, I guess. It's
Ellie
not a very
up,
common sight.
Ellie walks up to the nearest one. Excuse us.
Yes, answers in very perfect common as this. It kind of bows down the head very gently, the trunk extending out in a strange sort of. It kind of looks like it's doing a sign of the cross in the air. It's almost like it's inscribing a rune into the air with the trunk.
That's
like,
cool.
Ragmuth guide you, miss. May I help you?
Yes, we have come to this city seeking aid from a cleric of Ragmuth, or a paladin.
Ah, I see. I will speak with the elder of this. We are just here arriving at the temple for the first time ourselves. We have traveled for many moons to reach this place. It is a place of wonder and beauty the like of which I have never seen.
It is quite the view, as
Yes.
I've just arrived.
As have we, but I hear that it is far more beautiful inside the mountain. We will be going there in the morning. We will see about. We are here to potentially volunteer our services at the temples. See how we might help in maintaining them. Ragmuth is. Ragmuth is just the best.
Boy, that Jesus guy, he's just swell.
Yeah, that's where my mind went.
Something I reminded of Jesus Christ Superstar.
A little bit.
We have heard of Ragmuth.
Well then, you know how magnificent he is. He carries the whole world upon his back.
We have heard that he opposes the god of the sea.
Yes, their feud is as ancient as time itself.
We can respect this. We have had dealings with this god of the sea.
Ah, you have traveled far and seen many wonders. Then this city and this temple will be of a great aid to you, I hope, and I am sure of that.
We are
But-
looking forward to seeing this temple.
God damn it, Olivia. That's the whole word.
We're all on his back.
It's true, though. That's pretty much exactly what it is. Alright, so it's like, oh. It's like just kind of looks over and sees all the other locks that I've stopped, and they're not like being impatient or tapping their feet or anything, but the eye contact and side eye they're giving, they are clearly a little irritated that he is holding up the procession. It's like, I apologize. I will see you at the temple. I am Dominic.
We are Ellie.
I will remember that, Ellie. And he shakes you, and his hand feels like old, scratchy leather.
Aw.
Ah, yes. When an elephant says they'll remember, they all will.
It has
Like-
been a pleasure so far, Dominique.
And may pleasure follow your path. He just kind of turns around and just lumbers on over to the rest of them. You just hear. Actually, no. You just hear this kind of faint rumbling as they kind of mutter among themselves, but you cannot make much of any words out of it. If I wrote that Nat 20 earlier, you would know Loxodon are exceptionally good at whispering, and humans can't even hear their native tongue.
Can I perception and try?
You can try.
Ellie, come on! Ellen,
Roll 20 kept us in suspense there for a second.
fuck you, roll 20.
Dramatic bitch.
The 19 on the other side.
Ah,
Alrighty. Let's
god
head,
damn it.
Like,
let's
that
head to the guild hall before I get mugged again.
So you just kind of sit there just looking after him, and there's like, for a split second, there's like shoujo romance manga rose petals appearing around the periphery of your vision. It's like, that guy was really nice. No, you gotta grab him.
Hey, we don't know what Ellie's into.
Not yet.
No, we know what Nora's into. She has a type.
Hey, shush, shush.
All right, so Miguel just kind of is watching all of you, just perching up on a stall. Just, you guys are very easily distracted. Here, I
are
thought you'd be in a
curious.
hurry to get paid. I'm
I've
just,
never seen anything quite like this
She's
place.
not in a hurry to get uncursed, so understandable.
well, hopefully they can help you a bit more tomorrow when they reach that temple.
We hope so.
Well,
They will at least be able to point us in the proper direction.
if one of them is a cleric of Ragmuth, I'd be a little bit shocked, if only for the fact that I've never met one myself. They don't, as I mentioned, Ragmuth doesn't exactly have much of an organized faith. That temple's more of a history preserve than anything actually religious. It's a good place to go if you want to learn the story of the Ragmuth highlight reel of what all he did back when the gods were at war with each other and shit like that.
Wait a minute, highlight reel. Film exists?
Of sorts.
Yeah. I
Eh,
apologize for holding us up, friends.
no, it's fine. I've never seen one of those Loxodon before either. Just read about them.
Ah, yes. Invented are SVs, Melovisions.
All right, then. Here we are on our way to the Grove. There's the guild here. And as you all arrive, it's pretty clear that you're approaching a adventurer's hub, as there are a lot more people carrying weapons near you.
Ooh. What kind of weapons?
What aren't there? What aren't? All right, so
What's the most exotic weapon?
Yes.
most exotic. Ooh, okay.
I
let me
think
think.
Ellie's tongue whip is probably pretty up there.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, here's an interesting one. You see what appears to be someone that just straight up has crab claws coming out of their back.
Oh, fuck. Like growing out of their back?
Yeah, they're poking out from the cloak almost like a flesh cape. But they are twitching and pincing a little bit. It appears to be an elven individual.
Huh.
So, Miguel walks up towards the entryway and says, all right, take it from here and get you all paid. I set up everything with the guild in Ithwich, but it's a fun the way it works here. All the guilds are kind of connected via network. They share the Gohoin among one another. This one is, well, let's go in and see.
Perhaps we will see Gideon.
If he's here. I think he said he was in a hurry. And entering inside, immediately the smell of a wood fire, wood interiors. It is got a tavern-y, roughneck, salty spittoon kind of atmosphere as you enter inside. With a lot of different adventuring sorts just kind of talking amongst themselves, sitting at tables. While most of them dragonborn, but there are a few gnomes and elves and the like as well. No humans, no halflings, no Vosh of any kind, so...
Master Tyra's the only human in here.
Correct.
And so we are a trio of no one else is like us here.
You all pick fish out of water for where this is going to take place. That's fun. All right. Bloke, you want something at the counter.
Oh, hey.
And
Oh god, I realize that we're basically the knockoffs of the regulars. Like, Irana's a knockoff gnome, Caro's a knockoff elf, and Ellie's a knockoff dragonborn.
yeah, you all look like Chinese bootlegs.
Our team name, the knockoff.
Hey, that's a valid option. All right, you make your way up to the.
I'm just making the joke.
Right, you make your way up to the main counter, and you can see a dragonborn that's kind of an eggshell sort of color, sort of off-white, that is pretty overweight looking. He's got some pretty noticeable jowls, big butcher's apron kind of thing strapped in front of him. He's wearing a monocle over one eye, and the other eye appears to be quite thoroughly dead.
Aw.
Like it got scarred off. Just, hey, say,
Hello.
you, say, badges, please. Don't know you lot.
Ellie presents.
We successfully completed a contract to transporting a presents Beguile.
That would be me, yes. We arranged a contract with Schmickelis up in Ithwich, escorting me from that town to here. Let's see. All right then, one moment. Just kind of snorts, and taking a closer look, you notice that lining one side of his head is just, like, pierced into the scales are a bunch of metal spiky studs.
Oh.
All right, just kind of pulls out a few different little instruments of unknown make, little orbs, various odds and ends, flips through a little Rolodex, then checks out. You three are from Ithwich, only team registered. Team Inspector. You made that, what, you guys fought a ghost in a inn or something?
So that's what Gideon called us.
Gideon. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. He's got the worst sense of humor.
We were,
That was a sense of humor?
we do not understand the joke.
Yeah, he's the only one that does. I've met the guy a few times.
Inspector.
It's 2 words.
Yeah,
God damn it.
because Kyra was bound to an end as a ghost.
Yeah, we were in a creepy inn while investigating a fucking deep sound.
Yeah, that certainly sounds like something he'd do. Look, you can change the name to whatever you like at any time. It's just you gotta have one to be a functioning unit here.
Also,
All right. Contract delivery is. Mm-hmm.
We dealt with an Etten that was killing and attacking individuals. Would there be any way to report that and to report the bodies and
Got any remains?
Kyra pulls out the 2 heads.
Well, let's do the first contract first, so we can look at that. Okay, clear for completion, no loss of life or limb. That is 90 Dracal. And here you are. Just kind of reaches down into this below the counter, fidgeting around a little, and pulls up a. Funny enough, it almost looks like one of those little like auto coin holders that banks would use. The ones that you push a button like a Pez dispenser, and you see that it's triangularly shaped. Puts down this little pyramid tube. It's like reward tenders there. It's all good money. Now let's have a look at that Etten.
Kyra unveils the 2 heads of Rick and Morty.
What were the names again?
Thick and
Shorty.
God damn it, Phoebe.
All right, so just pulls out another one of the monocle-like things and puts it over his good eye, making it even bigger than before. Looks it over, then just goes over and looks through a large tome. Flips through it a little bit. No one's reported this sentence, so there's no specific bounty on it, but general nuisance fee. Etton's account is a certified pest around these parts. Based on fee.
A driver of a cart.
Good to know. I'm sure that would have been reported eventually.
Of all the confirmed bodies that she found at the.
Okay, I'll make note of that. See if we can find any way of notifying next of kin. General nuisance fee for an Etten is 20 gold a head. 40 gold for the total.
Alright, so 40 plus 90 is our total.
Yep. Alright, well, that concludes your business. You looking for work or you looking for lodging? You just completed a contract, so first night here is free.
Oh. We would like somewhere to rest.
Well, here's open. Just, it's a shared space, so, yeah, just make sure you pick a spot where you're not next to someone a little too, and, well, you're sleeping in the same room as strangers.
It's like a hostel.
Yeah, we can't really do the whole individual rooms thing. Too many people coming and going at all hours. Yeah, I take it you three are more so from the human land up north.
Nope.
Roughly.
No.
Well, you certainly ain't from here.
I am
Nope.
decent.
I mean, They think I'm a dragonborn, so
Yeah, but you don't sound or speak Draconic in the slightest, and he could tell by your accent.
god damn it. We have come from far away.
Gathered as much. Name's Kralik.
Ellie.
Alright, so dividing our spoils, we roughly get 43 gold apiece.
40 gold apiece?
Irana
43.
introduces herself too.
You said 40 gold apiece, guy?
43.
43.
43 gold. Excellent. I'm not broke.
It's 43
Hooray.
43 technically, so I'm just gonna...
And Mako gets the last one.
Yeah.
Say, alright then. Well, so if you do decide to settle here, feel free. There's plenty of other inns around the lower and upper rims. Feel free to peruse. No rules about check-in. Just come in and pick a bed and drop. New jobs will be posted in the morning, so keep an eye out for that if you're looking for work.
We shall.
All right, then. If you don't mind me, I'm just going to get back to... Just kind of sits down, his weight making the chair he's in groan in just absolute agony.
You seem to have much experience under your scales.
Yeah, but so... You don't get to be head of a guild office by signing papers for pretty like. You get there by going out there and taking heads.
Ellie looks up the heads.
Like, for instance, just kind of right over there. Points, and you can see... God, what did I have down for his distinctive spoils? Oh, yeah, that is one of them. You see one head that is very clearly draconic in nature, but it is massive and kind of has a snake-like head, hood on it, unfurled out. You see what appears to be... Yep, you see the three heads of a chimera lashed together. And... yeah, a fully intact, well-preserved, taxidermied bullet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your trophies are impressive.
Yeah, I don't got the most impressive ones here, but those are the ones I got. They're my spot thing here.
We have some trophies.
Right so.
Ellie puts down her tongue whip.
Oh, you. I've known a few do things like this. Let me see. Oh, not bad for being stitched together yourself. Not bad at all.
And shows the shield. This
Sturdy.
has been one of our finest pieces of equipment we have created.
Yeah, looks like it's taking a beating.
Yes, we have used it quite a bit.
Well, hey, I just call that love and tender care in our line of work. Right then. Ready out? See. I recommend you lot try and find yourself a place to stay before you get to any more business in town. You don't want to get caught out in the streets after dark too long.
We've heard.
I mean, your guild, you're all guild, so I'm sure you can handle yourselves. It's just you don't. I mean, no offense with this, but you don't look as guild as a lot of the folks around here who are. But if you're interested in improving it and making a statement for yourself, making yourself less of a target, there's a fun way to do that. Head to the crater. A little late in the day for it now. Yeah.
What is that?
Sundown every day. When all the shifts are done, everybody gets off to work. They go and unwind. A lot of folk like to go down to the crater. It's a fight pit.
Ellie perks up.
People go to make a little coin, eat some good food, share a good time. You want to make a name for yourself among the folk here, that's the fastest way to do it.
Ooh, we are interested indeed.
Kyra is not.
Irana
Alright.
shrugs and Belvin.
See. Right then. See, off you go. See,
Would you happen to know any establishment that does custom bonding by chance?
Armoring, eh? There's a few around here. Plenty of smiths. Don't know of any that specialize in odd barding. I'm guessing it's just kind of points down at Amako.
Yes, we've had a bad run-in with a face spider, so...
Yeah. They can mess you up. They can mess anybody up if they surprise you good enough.
Ellie
Hey,
holds
Carol.
up the face spider's eyeball.
Remind me to tell you the story of this one asshat I knew. Thought he was all that and hot stuff until he got eaten by a swarm of baby ones.
Oh God. That sounds terrible.
It was, but I'm not gonna lie, he deserved it.
Oh.
That's how Daddy Flint died.
Well, not the most pleasure, Krayleg. I'm sure they'll be getting to know you better over time, Miguel says with just this little curt bow and turns around and starts walking. Pleasure's all mine. Seriously, I've chewed your ear enough. Get on out of here.
So what does the hostel, like, where the bedding looks like in here?
They are pretty basic bitch cots. They have mattresses. But you notice a lot of people pulling out their bedrolls they use on the road and laying them on top of the mattresses. So, question mark, which is not the greatest thing to say in a review of a place that you sleep in.
I look to Amako to see what she's smelling.
She just shakes her head and looks over at you.
Perception is
So
to
would you prefer an inn tonight?
We can definitely afford it. Guess you can ask if there are any around here that are, well, modestly priced. Probably don't know. Maybe we should ask him real quick.
Before we go, you know any inns nearby?
Lower rung, let me see here. There was something. What was? Just looks over, kind of looks the three of you over. Well, for folks, it's a little, well, exotic for the area. How's about? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have one place in the lower rung. Not too old. It was only built a few months ago. It's run by somebody from your land. Except she's got horns and, like, a black skin.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Yes, what did they call it? It's in your tongue.
Are they a tiefling?
Inn?
Uh,
Person or establishment?
It's an establishment, yeah. It's, inn, tavern, it's kind of both.
Oh.
Apparently she makes what I've heard, not been there myself, Ona apparently does a really, really interesting drink that's fairly popular with some of the folk around here. Never been myself. Now I remember. She called it the Wrathful Scallion.
Oh.
Well, I don't know that.
Yeah. Say, well, best of luck to you. New jobs will be posted in the morning. As you all make your way out, not many people paying you much mind. Most of the adventuring types here seem to be pretty occupied with their own things.
That's fair.
You make your way out. Miguel kind of immediately turns around and bows at the three of you. It's like, well, it has been a fascinating and utmost pleasure, but afraid this is where we part ways for the time being. I've got a flight to catch.
Very well, Miguel.
It has been a pleasure.
Hope you get your information to your mistress.
Yes, quite eager to get back there myself. Moraskos is nice, but, well, if you ever in Lusamir, I will be happy to show you around, as I've said.
Irana looks around real cautiously. Is there anybody around that might overhear her say something?
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
Oops.
Well, fuck. All right.
You are a halfling.
Try that. Oh, right.
You're halfway
What?
through, let's go to bed.
Right.
So.
That's literally the only way I would ever let you get out of a double nat 1. That is
I'm a fucking hat, like, eat my ass.
double nat 1s. Man, we've got a lot of extreme rolls tonight.
Yeah, this is not.
We get a double nat 20 and we get bingo.
Roll20 does this a lot for this game in specific.
It really does. It's fascinating. All right, so with a 19, you do not see anyone around here that looks like they're interested in listening into you.
Okay, she says a really quick phrase in Giant that basically translate to safe journey.
Ellie sticks out her hand.
Jazz music stops.
6 storm giants come out of hiding.
Ellie offers her hand.
So it was a pleasure, Ellie. I hope you find what you're looking for. He takes it.
She brings his hand to her forehead. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Miguel.
Hopefully we can meet again in better circumstances.
We would like that. You were the first we met outside of Nako. Now we have met many more.
And many more you shall meet still. All right, then. Well, off I go. Time to get a taste of the night air as meant to be breathed. And he just turns about and just casually starts walking, and after a few seconds just melts into a crowd and vanishes from view, leaving the three of you alone in a strange city.
Oh. Ellie's gonna scan the crowd.
Feel free.
Yeah.
15. Not bad. Okay. You're still pretty close to the guilds. You are seeing a lot of the more adventuresome types. A few do catch your eye that look very different from the typical norm. You do see a pair of pretty sizable people that have very bright green skin and tusks
Oh.
that are just kind of walking about, and you can't hear anything they're saying with that roll, but they stand out quite a bit. And one other of a note, you see what appears to be a walking and talking bird with a mix of inky black and fiery orange chestnut plumage.
Ooh, what are they doing?
Patooey.
Yep. Kind of talking they appears to be talking to someone wearing a hood in the crowd next to them, kind of motioning them to continue on. They vanish into a crowd about as soon as they come through, but those are the most distinctive people you see at eye level.
Does she see any more of the children?
With a 15 roll, no. There are no children. It's late. They should be home in bed.
Bullshit.
Ellie doesn't know that. She did not have a proper childhood.
Wow, and now it's sad.
Alright. Now let's find the end before we get mugged.
Yeah, good call. Wrathful Scallion. That's an odd name.
At least keeping an eye out as we go. Hopefully not get mugged.
It's Mandarin style, so it shouldn't be that hard to find.
Yeah, that's true. I'm noticing quite a few businesses here like putting their names in front of things. Like, is that something that's not, like, that was not in Ithwich, like, at all.
I think that's a Dragonborn cultural custom, if I recall correctly.
That's interesting.
Like, putting your name in front of things typically entails that it's more all through your effort and all through your own personal brand. So if you don't, that somewhat entails that you don't believe in yourself as much.
Huh. I can actually see the logic behind that. Alright, so it does not take too long. You notice one of the few more Madrian-style buildings down here in the lower ward, right around here.
Alright, investigation check to find it.
Yep.
3.
It doesn't take you long. Like, literally, just like 30 minutes at most of weaving through crowds to spot, like, the only human-ish looking building in the area. And you can see, hanging from a sign on the top, you can see what appears to be a very angry onion. And that is kind of got, like, its fists up in a fisticuffs-like pose. The Wrathful Scallion. Wow, a lot more on the nose than I thought.
All right, let's all head on in.
Fucking
Right.
shit, baby. You're gonna kill me.
I love making up fake business names. It is one of my favorite parts of campaign planning. So new cities expect me to pull a lot of bullshit out. All right, so making your way inside, it is got a modest crowd. You're seeing mostly humanoids. A few Dragonborn are in there, and funny enough, they appear to be the most excited ones of the lot.
Oh,
And you can see standing behind the counter is a very prim and proper, very well-groomed tiefling woman that does not look like she should be running a bar. She has very coal black skin, bright yellow eyes with no irises or pupils of any kind. She's just having a very soft-spoken conversation, and just in the process of doing so, slides a drink across the counter. And you look at this as it's sliding, and it is bright red and bubbling, like glowing bright red, with a leak poking out of the top.
a leak?
Yep, like the onion. And as it goes down, she throws a few more, not breaking eye contact with the person she's talking with. She snaps her fingers, and all of them catch fire for a moment.
Oh,
Just a little wisp of flame and smoke as they all slide down and reach their patrons. And there's just this raucous shouting and draconic as this group of Dragonborn bros just start drinking and guzzling it all down.
we would like to try that.
I think it's young.
She's not.
Emotionally.
Not.
Baby.
No.
Alright. So entering in, just welcome to the Wrathful. She starts saying in draconic, then looks up. Oh. Huh. Welcome to the Wrathful Scallion. I take it you three you look like you've been on the road for a bit.
What,
Okay.
what
Little
was
bit.
your first- what gave it away?
The bloody teeth marks in Arana's shirt.
Right.
Well, I've got rooms available if you're interested. A few of them. Oh, if you want to unwind for a bit, last call's not for another hour or two.
We would like rooms. We
Absolutely.
are curious about that.
Of course. You can't see she doesn't have irises, and yet you can still tell that she rolls her eyes a little bit at that. Everyone does. It's the house special.
What is it?
Well, I can't tell you that. I only just met you. It's the
What
one
is
thing. It's you drink it. You drink it, and fire makes it good.
Ah, we see.
Afraid that's all I can tell you until I get to know you better. And we can start with that with introductions. Caroline extends out a friendly hand. Her nails are very well done and filed to points.
Ellie. And Ellie.
Call
Thanks for
Kyra. Call.
Fanto accent, I'm guessing?
The same. Would Kyra be able to recognize where she's from based on accent?
She sounds like she's from southern Madria, probably around the Rakshalan region.
You must be from around Rakshala if I had to wager.
Formerly, yes. Spent some time in the capital. I used to, trying to be an apothecary before, well, everything started happening.
It must have been rough.
Not easy, no. But this is a decent life. I don't know much about dragonborn medicinal needs, but I know how to mix chemicals together in ways you can drink them.
Irana reaches up and shakes her hand and goes, Irana's Swift song.
No. So, take it you know how to play that, pointing at your lute.
I know how to play many things. She's
Yes,
like,
she makes wonderful sounds.
that,
I don't have any. I don't have it. Good.
Not sure what kind of sounds exactly would be welcome around here. She's fishing for what kind of music they would like.
Oh, I'm still trying to figure out what Dragonborn like to listen to be honest. So he just kind of looks over, and you can all see they are just absolutely loving it. Quite a few of them are drinking them down, and you notice these all appear to be younger, kind of college-age Dragonborn equivalents.
Oh God!
And most of them just start burping, and their fire is turning different colors.
Oh,
Ooh. That's
Like I
interesting.
said,
drinks.
you'd be surprised. Dragonborn are pretty hardy things. That is something I did not anticipate when I started making these, though.
How much would it be to try one?
Well, Just kind of looks you down, up and down for a moment, just building up the sort of degree of suspense. For you, tell you what. Snaps her fingers, a little wisp of smoke comes out of one and slides it down towards you. No need.
Are you sure?
I've already made a profit tonight, I assure you.
That is very generous of you.
If you're all looking to stay for the night, though, that will be... Well... One Drakal should cover it. Drakal is the Commonwealth term for a gold coin.
Oh,
For all of us collectively.
Yep.
Kyra gives her 2 just in case.
Like, booking 2 nights then? Okay. Simple enough.
Don't know how long I'm going to be staying here, so it sounds like a good start.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Well,
a good idea, Carter.
you are most generous.
Hirana holds up the flute and goes, Do you mind if I take a shot with this?
I don't have a stage, but I think this bar could hold you up.
Kyra looks to her. Hey, Rana, you gonna spread that food wisdom here too?
If she allows it, yeah. I'll do that
Yeah,
after I'm done.
I was gonna sit at the bar and take a drink as she watches Arana start to play.
All right.
She's gonna take a guess, and it's interspersed with flute music and with the lovely spell of unearthly chorus helping me out.
Ooh.
She's gonna play some Celtic war music, if you've ever heard that. Kind of like a war chant. And it's in
Ooh.
halfling.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, fuck.
So
Well, that would be it.
It
For
sounds
everyone
like
here.
her normal voice is kind of not very deep or anything, but her voice deepens for this. So
If you haven't heard this particular genre of music, most of the women who sing it look like these dainty little blonde fairy princess types, but they sound like they're about to summon devils when they start doing it. They reach incredible octaves.
That's about right there, Kay. So it's interspersed with flute solos and her kind of incredibly deepened voice. So that's a 19.
19, okay. Well, most of these guys are inebriated already, so it definitely gets everyone's attention. Kyra, you overhear the college Dragonborn boys sitting over there just, I don't know what she's saying, but I like it. I don't know, man. It's a little angry. Shut up.
It's a little what?
It's a little angry.
She notices that, and after she's done singing the one, she goes into a softer one. Softer Celtic music. You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Still in halfling.
Very nice. Okay. Another performance then.
Mm-hmm. Still with advantage. Okay.
Yeah, like 22.
Very good. All right. Yeah, the crowd's definitely liking it. They're kind of starting to move along to the jiggy beat of it. Notice a few gnomes coming in, and you actually notice that there are a few extra people kind of poking their heads in the door, hearing the music from outside. You actually notice you're really starting to attract elves into the establishment with that sound.
Ooh.
And she is doing like dances on the bar top, along with the performance. So
all right, excellent.
She does a couple more songs, but she figures it's pretty good.
Yep. All right.
What
Excellent.
does this drink taste like?
Okay, I'm gonna have to roll a D100 here.
What?
Oh, it's wild magic drink.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck!
Glad this is happening.
Wild magic. Guzzle it down.
It's fizzy.
Wait, are you rolling the D100 or am I?
I have already done it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no!
More
Oh
fun.
no!
Okay, you drink it, and at first you feel nothing. It's hot, it kind of burns your insides a little bit. Let me pull up the table I had for this.
Is it a custom one we built together?
No, it's a different one. It's a different one.
Oh no!
Hopefully it's not the official one.
No, that's a little too much for this.
Yeah, let me drink this drink and then just fucking die.
All magic in a 1 mile radius is destroyed forever.
What the fuck?
The city is destroyed. Alright, let me see. Alright. As you drink it down, you don't feel anything different for a little bit, but after a while, you just kind of start to notice something entering your field of vision up from above.
Oh.
You, if you find a mirror behind the bar counter, you have grown a mullet.
Lizard mullet! Lizard mullet!
Ellie feels up the top of her head.
It is hair. It is fibrous and silky smooth, luxurious. It somehow magically ripples in slow motion. It's like it's blowing in the wind at all times.
What?
Just never done that before. It must be your physiology.
Ellie pulls at it.
And if you're still wearing your hood, then the mullet hair is kind of poking out of the front of it now.
She is wearing a hood, because, you know.
Huh.
What? What is this?
See, I guess you grew hair.
We did not like it.
Hold on. Snaps her fingers and it all just kind of slews off of your head gently with her thaumaturgying. No worries.
Ah,
Random effects like that are usually harmless. They usually end within about an hour. Mostly I get pretty predictable effects, but it sometimes depends on races. Once had a gnome drink it and he turned invisible. Except for everything he eat. It was not a pretty sight.
Ah, yes, I'm imagining a kangaroo drinking it and getting flower nipples.
Not far off. Alright. Let me know if it grows back at any one point. I don't know much about long-term effects with this, and I've never seen that happen to someone before.
Was that the whole drink, do you think that happened, or?
That was the whole drink.
Okay. Ellie narrows her eyes at the glass, considering.
Meanwhile, Kyra's just sitting in the back with a Mako, watching this whole thing happen.
Yep. Watching Ellie freak out as she suddenly just has luxurious locks.
Ellie places a gold on the counter.
It was a blonde mullet, too.
Oh god! It's terrible.
I mean, it would be very striking with Ellie's skin tone.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, she's a lizard. It's
And
weird.
now I know something to do with random nat ones throughout the game. Your mullet can grow back.
Yeah.
So when Arana's done, she turns to look at shit, what's her name again?
Caroline.
Caroline.
Sure.
She goes, I have something else to offer if you'd be interested.
After a performance like that, I don't feel like I could refuse. What do you have in mind?
You got a kitchen?
Not much of one, but I can have a little stove here.
It does.
It's more of a more alchemy set than a kitchen, but
As long as I can put something in to bake, that would be fine.
I mean, just kind of snaps her fingers. There's a little wisp of flame overhead. Tiefling.
Handy. Well, she goes and makes, like, let's say, how much ingredients she's got for pizza in the back?
That's what you need: bread, cheese, meat.
Depending on what you're making. Yep, I mean, you bought enough ingredients for several days' travel through the pass in Ithwich, so you've got enough to do it.
Okay, so
I
I
got
make
drag
several
captains, too.
very large pizzas.
All right, excellent.
Mostly with meat, but with some, mushrooms, stuff on them.
Huh. And that's a pretty smart concept, not gonna lie. I doubt I could make this myself. So, you want to charge that to people, you make the profit off of it.
How about, if I need a room more than the 2 nights, I'll just keep making these for you.
I like the sound of that. I think we can call that an accord.
She holds out a hand to shake on it, because that's how you do.
And she do.
All right.
Yes, pizza diplomacy.
Pizza
Pizza
diplomacy.
diplomacy is a powerful tool. All right, that's a good session title.
What's
All right.
the title?
Pizza
All right.
diplomacy.
Pizza diplomacy. Okay, so you put down a gold. She gets out another one of those drinks for you. Just all right. So any more of that, you're gonna have to start worrying about what it does to you and how drunk you're gonna get. So,
Oh god, Ellie never's had alcohol before, has she?
Ellie drinks it down.
and Mako's ears just go down and flatten up against her head. Just, dear God, what have we done?
Ellie drinks it down.
All right, roll a con save for me as I roll the D100 again.
Okay. 21.
Fighter.
21. Okay. Yep, I know. Fighter. But hey, you never know. Yep, lizard folk are very well equipped for this. Okay. Time to roll that D100 again.
Ellie, be thankful it doesn't become your constitution doesn't become a curse. And you're constantly trapped in constant chug.
Hey, this is the first time ever having alcohol. She's had a rough fucking couple of days. How long has it even been?
Mm-hmm.
You could have chosen to fail the save like I did, Kay. You could have just given up.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Okay. Ellie,
Yeah.
for a split moment, time stops.
What?
Everything just kind of slows down to a crawl. Every one of your friends around you are run up on the bar, handing pizzas around. Caroline just kind of watching the chaos you're creating with a bemused smile. Kyra just sitting over there being the designated driver.
Everything's frozen.
As you hear a merchant saying, Tom really is my favorite element.
Ellie waves her hand in front of Caroline's face.
How did you get here? Here.
What?
Oh no!
You're a new face. You don't see anything.
Hello?
It's a new face in Plum for Space. A new face in Plum for Space. You start hearing other voices. And
What is flump for space?
time comes in right back in right as you say that.
What is flump for space?
What?
What?
You just kind of, your eyes dilated like really crazy and you just sat there for a little bit. Are you okay?
Everybody was frozen. And we heard voices.
I think you need to go to bed.
Ellie eyes the drink hard.
You are having some interesting effects come out of that, not going to lie. I've seen a few people have that sort of effect before, but that was... Voices. That's a new one.
Because
Hey,
what if I feel deja vu hearing that word.
we will go to bed, but we
Meanwhile,
want one more.
All right. Your funeral. All right. Con save
They
one
need
more
another
time.
gold?
Yep.
Okay. Pop.
What do you want? Okay. Because you did so well the last time. All right. 22. All right. Any more than this, and you'd start having disadvantage.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The last one.
Yep. You down it once again, just determined to see if you can get those voices back one more time.
Yeah, that's kind of what she wants.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh no.
oh no.
All right then. This is going to be very interesting.
Oh no.
Ellie, this is your fault.
All right. You turn to stone.
Oh.
Just instantly for like no warning, no nothing. Like right in the middle of the pose, right after you have the drink, you petrify into a stone statue.
Oh.
Immediately the music stops, everything just record scratching sounds. Everyone just looks over like, what? Then you're immediately back to normal.
Ellie drops the cup.
It's like, wow, I really need to take a look at what... Huh.
What just happened?
You just got petrified. That's never happened with this before.
Ellie checks her body.
You are fine. You appear as normal as can be.
I think you should stop drinking that, Ellie.
Yes, we are done now.
Go.
The amount of magic in this is very minute, so any effect it has usually passes through very quickly. But I've got to say, I did not take into account that it seems it has very different effects on certain races. I'm going to take a look at that.
Yes.
Kara looks at Mako. I don't think we want to risk that.
No, I don't. Not even remotely.
Now I'm curious what happened. Oh, good.
Meanwhile, Kyra recalls Nicole. No guts, no glory.
She would have invested stock in the wild magic drink. All right, so well, rooms are yours, and again, let me know if anything pops up again. Looking over at you, Ellie, that is potentially concerning.
We are nervous.
No doubt.
Rana makes pizza and Ellie gets an alcohol problem.
Ellie got stoned.
Ellie gets up and starts to walk into the bar, stops. Which way is our room?
Points up the stairs. You can have fishes out a key and just kind of hands it over to you. There's enough beds in them for all of you. You can have this one.
Your horns are very nice.
Thanks.
And she just turns around and leaves.
Rana turns and looks at her. She's socially awkward.
Just kind of her lips just kind of shrink inwards a little bit. Her eyebrows go up, and she just kind of slowly nods. I have gathered this, yes, sort of way.
Her tail is swishing a lot.
Also, I'm pretty sure she's never drunk before.
Now I feel a little bad. Well,
Ellie, heads upstairs.
maybe I won't serve those to her anymore until I know a little bit more about why that happened. Normally it's just something that affects it. Maybe it's different to races that have certain kinds of magic in them. Dragonborn tend to just breathe weird fire. Gnomes tend to turn invisible or something like that.
I'm both curious and not sure I want to find out what would happen if I drank that.
Yeah, it might be fair. Might be fair. I mean, if you ever are, I will still serve it to you. It's just I can heal pretty capably, so anything actually happens from that, I will be ready. Give me a lot to think about. Anyway, sleep well.
Have a good night. And she follows Ellie up the stairs to make sure that she gets into the room.
Alrighty. Entering in, it is a pretty decently accommodated. It is very human styled in terms of the way it's laid out. But you can definitely tell that there are some accommodations that are meant for races that have non-human skin.
Okay. Ellie investigates the room.
Feel free.
I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink.
4.
Yeah. A 4. It is a room, and
The better team, the real initiative.
Attack the bed!
if you were actually...
No, not really. Oh,
No.
I'm not really, but of all of that 20s, joke roll, God.
Isn't that just the way? Alright, so you step forward, your vision's swimming for a moment, your hand axe comes out, and you look at that bed just for a moment. Just, I don't like that way that bed looked at me. You rear up and take a swing, and then pass out and fall on the bed.
What the fuck?
I am going to investigate the room too, just to be sure.
Feel free.
Roll 20.
24, nice. Okay. There is nothing not on the level in this room. It is a normal in-room. It is decently accommodated. It definitely was built by... It's a little more familiar to you because it was definitely built by someone who is also Madrian. Clearly left the country behind.
Also someone who isn't secretly a fishman.
Yep.
Or whatever that the intent was.
Yeah. Old Sal. He was fun. You never asked for that.
We never got to figure that out.
You might go back to Ipswich and find out. Who knows? Alright, so...
Some mysteries that we may never solve.
Not every mystery needs to be solved. Alright. Sleep finds the lot of you, except Amako. She doesn't have to. Very capably and very easily. For most of you, it's a pretty nice bed, especially after being on the road. Not nicer than the beds in the Salty Maw were.
Do I have any nightmares?
Can you roll a d20 for me?
Oh, no.
No.
No. Why? But that means I have to do it for you.
20. That's 20!
There we go.
What the fuck, Ellie?
That's actually kind of perfect. Okay. You do have nightmares at first.
Fuck.
And they're not pleasant ones. They still feel muted compared to the really bad ones you were having in Ithwich. But something interesting happens this time around. As they're playing out, as you feel yourself just drowning and surrounded by the crushing depths of the abyss, you start to hear a bizarre sort of singing of sorts. It's the voices that you heard briefly when time stopped.
What?
The Flumps adopted you!
The nightmare visages of the abyssal beings just kind of all move away as you just see these little glowing beings floating through the ocean water, just all there, funny enough, all carrying stringed instruments. And the lead one is wearing a straw hat and has a banjo.
What?
Well, tarnation, nation.
Hello?
We got ourselves an interloper. Howdy there. They just all kind of start floating around. It is a flump bluegrass band, all frankness.
Ellie looks like, is this normal?
There is no normal, silly buns.
I suppose that is fair.
The name's Banjo.
Go ahead. We are Ellie.
Ellie, that's a funny name.
We've never had our name called funny before.
I'm sure you ain't had a lot of things happen to you before.
No, we have only been away from our home for a couple of weeks, we think. We really should narrow down the time scale. Where are we?
You're in flumfer space.
But we were just having one of our nightmares.
Not anymore.
How did we wind up here?
I don't have all the answers.
Well, however we wound up here, it is much better than the nightmares we were having, so thank you.
You're mighty welcome. Y'all take care now.
Wait,
Then I'll just kind of start floating away. No time. We gotta go where the wind takes us.
but what are you?
I'm Banjo.
Yes, that is
This
who
is
you
my
are.
band.
Yes.
Why? We're flumps, silly head. Ain't you never seen a flump before?
No, we have not.
Well, you have now. And you wake up.
What?
Or asleep.
Imako is not. Imako is not asleep. Just, oh, not again. I've got it. All right. Imako actually makes the way over to your bed and just looks up at you in a "can I help you" sort of way.
To Ellie?
Yes.
We do not. We were having a nightmare.
You just audibly hear a dog sigh at that, and she just hops up onto the bed, turns in circles, and just lays down at the foot of it.
Aww. Ellie pets Amako. She sits there. But then we were suddenly somewhere else. Well, we were still in the water, but there were these bees. They called themselves flumps.
She does make eye contact with you in that, but it's not like curious. It's more of a, okay, that's fine. That's a fun story there, champ. It is very much the energy of a tired parent whose toddler woke them up to describe their nightmare at 3 a.m.
What? We do not know what happened. We are just telling you what happened.
Eyebrows just go up and she lays back down.
They said their name was Banjo. They had a band. We do not know what a band is.
Banjo.
That is what they said they were. Ellie flops back down.
Yep, just lays back down, your mind full of fuck a little bit.
Yeah, she's like, what the fuck is happening?
You've had an eventful day.
Yeah.
Alright, so sleep
Thank
managed
you.
to find you again. Imako
Yay.
stays with you.
Aw.
And you do not have any more nightmares. It appears that whatever happened with that Nat 20 roll, they pretty clearly were not interested in taking part in that nonsense anymore. Could go into why, but there are things I could spoil with that.
Oh, goddamn it. I'm really curious.
Alright, so let's just say that there's a lot more to flumps than meets the eye. Morning comes. One thing you notice, Ellie, as you wake up is Imako actually pulled a blanket up over you.
Aww.
She's back over there with Kyra. She must have gone back after you went to sleep. You notice as soon as you push the blanket off, you are feeling chilly mountain air.
She pulls the blanket right back on. Wraps herself in it. This is terrible.
All right. You all awake. End of the day is yours.
Ellie regretfully takes off the blanket and hoods up again.
Yep. With the cloak on, warmth returns to you. Well, that was an eventful night. So what's the plan?
Should we head back to the guild to see if there's any contracts, or should we head to the
split up.
Temple first?
We could go to the temple, and you could go to the guild. They did say the guild's missions are put up very early.
Yes,
I don't know. Splitting up is a good idea in a new town.
Yeah, I don't like. Plus, if we need to all be there to vouch for what we want to do.
That is fair. Then we suggest going to the guild first.
The guild shouldn't take too long, all things considered.
Yes. Going there, we should be able to see these quests before others do. But the temple will be open all day.
All right.
Robin's just happy to be there. You guys know that by now.
Yep. Whatever you guys want to do, that's
Rana, I'm just happy to be here.
Whatever you guys want to do, say okay by me. All right. Life sure is an adventure, huh?
But after that, I'm gonna see how much it costs to get you bobbing.
That is a worthwhile thing to ask into. I don't want to die again.
I don't want to feel you dying again.
Aww. And we do not want to crush a spider against a spike in retaliation again.
Here's a question. Before we go to either place, would either of you like breakfast?
Yes, we would enjoy that.
I think we could do it after we go to the guild to make sure we don't miss out.
Plus, you never know. There might be some things worth looking at here in town. In fact, I'm smelling some things from outside right now that I have to admit have my attention. Also, that's weird. Nope, it's already gone. Thought I smelled something familiar.
Oh.
Can roll an insight check on that one. When Kyra gets the exact feel for how familiar she means.
If you share your connection after a moment, she smelled something that she smelled the night before, but she didn't actually know what it was. Just there was something near that she smelled while you guys were walking through the night market.
Alright, roll an intelligence check on that one.
Based on the smell, yes.
Alright.
Feel free. 17. Alright. Honestly, it is just such a tiny little trace of it that she is not entirely sure herself. Based on your own knowledge, the smell you're getting the impact of, it's a new one to you. Kind of incense-ish, but it's hard to tell exactly for sure.
Might be the incense those Loxodon had.
That's true. Might be. They didn't have much on them. They mostly just smelled like dust. I think they coated themselves in it.
Yes, a dust coating can be very nice.
Well, they are acolytes of the god of the earth, so makes sense. Anyhow.
Alrighty, let's head on to the guild hall.
Alright, as you guys all step out, it is a strong, wet breeze through the city area.
Just like home.
Yep.
Ellie shrinks in on herself again.
It is cold, and you guys can see below, like at the edge of your vision, you guys are actually above the clouds right now.
Ooh, cool. Ellie just stops what is this?
It almost looks like the ocean to you, except it's white and you almost kind of see it's like a mackerel scale sky as seen from above almost. You just see this wet air moving towards the edge.
Where we used to live, we were just above the cloud cover.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Hey, that is a fairly common thing around here where I'm at.
So before we go down like the double like, because the road splits down a canyon on two sides, one that's really longer but more designed for like big rigs, but one that's shorter but a lot more steep.
Hmm.
And so right when you're on the top of that, you just see like a fucking ocean of clouds.
Mm-hmm. I've experienced something very much like that myself. It's lovely. All right. You make your way out. The breeze is very biting, kind of digs into your clothing a little bit. But overall, there's a few people out and about. You guys are ahead of what appears to be the early morning rush, but you can still hear a few distinct sounds of hammers striking metal, a few things. But you guys actually do feel something for a moment. The ground shakes beneath your feet for a second as you just hear the sound. It sounds like one of the hammers striking an anvil, but like 1,000 times magnified, but you're more feeling it. It sounds like it's coming from inside of the mountain. It's just shaking your feet for a second and ringing in your ears as it slowly fades out.
Guide of Groran, or I have the Talos Guide of the Commonwealth that I got from the fucking sea creature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna read on that in Marastus because that sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You found that is, if you read through that book as you're walking, it's actually one of the most noticeable tourist attractions. That was the Thunder Forge.
I think that was the aforementioned Thunder Forge.
What is the Thunder Forge?
The basic gist of it in the little guide that you got is that it is an ancient, some believe it's a shrine of sorts, some believe it's really just a forge that was actually built by giants. It's massive, and it's where a lot of the raw metals from the mines are processed inside of the mountain. And a lot of people use its hammer strikes almost as a way to tell time throughout the day. Because when the big one comes down, that's usually on the hour. So it's kind of a fun little way of knowing when time is passing and also when shifts are ending and so on and so forth. A lot of people kind of rotate their lives around the sound that thing makes. And noticeably, as soon as you see it up and at it, people start coming out of their homes a lot more quickly and making their way around.
Oh, Ellie is keeping her gold close.
Of course.
Kara's on her boob, so even if someone did try to mage hand,
That'd be awkward.
Exactly.
It would be noticeable.
Tit pockets are only good for one thing.
Can't rob from me now, bitch.
Unless you have absolutely no shame.
In which case, you're gonna get fucking smacked upside the head. So it's kind of obvious.
Yep.
Just as long as you don't put your money in between your boobs. Like some people do. I've had boob money.
Yep.
I've had to take people's boob money.
Boob money is not fun. Boob money is not fun at all.
No,
Right. And on the note of boob money, you make your way over to the guild. Making your way up to it, you can see a lot more people gathered around, and you can see right up at the front of the main guild hall is a large notice board and a lot of kind of these triangular marks have appeared on it and a lot of different pieces of parchment. But there's already a sizable crowd gathered in front of it, most of which are people you saw inside of the guild the previous day.
We were not.
The campers. It was the campers, man. That was the price for not staying there. People who stay there overnight get the first picks usually.
That's fair.
Kara cannot promote her dog to sleep in the smells of that thing.
Ellie tries to push past to try and get to the board.
Okay. You try to push your way through the crowd. Roll athletics for me real quick.
How are you not proficient in that, Ellie? You're a fighter. Oh, God.
17, it's not bad. Not 20 on the other side, though.
Kara's gonna be smarter and have Imako teleport to the front.
All right.
Into her eyes.
All right, then. Imako just poofs up to the front. At first, there's a few exclamations, kind of in a what sort of way. You hear some exclamations in Sylvan from a few of the elven gentlemen. But Imako just kind of looks up at all of them, and the puppy dog eyes immediately cast them away.
And while looking at Imako, Ellie pushes through.
Right, yep, you managed to with that distraction. All right. You get it. There are not many new jobs at this point left that you can see. A lot of the ones are gone or claimed, or you notice the way they do it is quite a few people stab in knives into them.
Oh.
Into a notice that basically shows that you have claimed it, but you guys do not have a team knife yet.
Oh, team knife.
Something that you can use to claim something. You see a lot of jobs are claimed by multiple people. A lot of them are very simple little things, people asking for a little extra help, like moving materials, someone asking to help them move and say, we'll pay in food. I have a couple of more substantial ones, a few of them that are not so popular, but definitely have been claimed. There's one of them inside the inner city of clearing out an infestation of rust monsters.
Oh.
Kyra bristles at that.
Yeah. We may be able to take this one.
I imagine Imako looks at Ellie and shakes her head.
You have no idea what rust monsters are, so it makes sense you'd be naive on that front.
Yep.
It's like Imako will just put a paw up on your leg and just kind of hold you up back in a hold up, son kind of way. Just kind of gestures, tilts her head over towards the other two. Back at the other side of the crowd.
Kyra's shaking her head.
Ellie nods. What else we got on here then?
All right. Beyond that, there are a couple that are very old and very faded out. A few of them that have clearly not been recognized in the slightest that are admittedly probably pranks. Stuff like find like the heart of Ragmith and things like I require unicorn tail bristles, things like that. Stuff that some of it is very illegibly written, some of it is clearly written by children. There's a couple of them that are like signed with, like they're the kinds of people that would sign their username with 420 and 69 in it.
God damn it. Ellie does not know this.
Oh god, Dragonborn internet.
Mm-hmm.
Since they prioritize having their name on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
You do see one particular one for a missing guard drake, but that one has been claimed by one knife and one knife alone, and nobody has gotten anywhere near it. The knife is very large, very robust, and you can see written on the haft is, in common, well, roll intelligence to see how much of this you can pick up.
Okay.
I'll have Imako will look at it, so Kyra will immediately see. That's a save, but I will count it. It's a 15.
So will I be able to read it?
You would. It is It is the Hardy Boys, spelled with a Z.
Physical pain.
VV?
Yes.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
Physical pain.
The Hardy Boys put orcs.
Yep.
Physical, actual pain.
And everyone is giving that job a wide-ass berth.
Ellie points to that one. What about this one?
I don't know.
You audibly shout that over the crowd.
How about no?
Everyone else kind of looks at you like you're crazy. The Dragonborn just steps forward like, no, man, no one takes the Hardy Boys jobs. No one.
But why?
They take all the missing person cases. They're detectives of the highest caliber.
I really hate you.
I imagine like fucking Sherlock Holmes, but orc.
Not far off.
God. TV.
Yeah.
How about the others?
What else is there?
All right, other jobs. The Rust Monster one, all of them are technically available. The Rust Monster one, the missing guard Drake that no one else is taking. There are offers to help around certain establishments and places of business. As I mentioned, one person asking for help moving from one of their home apartments to another one. And let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much all that's there at this point. Nothing huge as far as new jobs go.
So nothing that
Oh.
involves.
Right. I forgot I had another list here. There is also one. It is more of an open bounty on clearing out a wyvern nest up near the peak. Is the owner of a very large and established inn that has had a wyvern make a nest near one of the mountainside rooms.
What about this one?
I'm going to look at all the rest before Kyra makes a decision.
Yeah.
Instead of like, oh, let's do this one. Let's read them all. Then make a
Hey,
choice.
Ellie's new at this.
It's fine. Okay, so I will just post what all is available. Find missing guard Drake. Alright. Rust monster infestation. Inside that. There's also a guard job working as bodyguards for miners that are moving into the different shaft tunnels. That one you can definitely tell is something that has kind of been up there for a while and has been stabbed to hell and back so many times. It apparently is just a popular day job for a lot of the people who stay in this town. And help someone move. There aren't many details on that one. It appears to be somebody that was just trying to get out of... somebody that was looking to pay the cheapest rates possible because it does not offer a very high reward except in food. And obvious pranks and wyvern nest.
So anything else besides that?
Those are the current new ones available.
So nothing that really like screams or appeals to Kyra per se.
Not at this exact point. If there are others, they come up and they come and go. Hey, we don't have to take anything right now. We do have money. We can afford to stay here for a while.
Yeah, we can afford to stay here for a while, so let's move on and go to the temple.
We can make up our mind later. If we absolutely need to do something, I think we can handle a few things.
Probably take off the. Pretty sure Ellie would enjoy hunting a wyvern, but
would anyone else? Though, I mean, wyverns they're pretty big and nasty, aren't they? Might be a little above our pay grade.
Yeah, I for one am not.
And Mako just kind of motions for Ellie to follow back to the group.
Ellie pushes her way back out.
Alright, as you do, you briefly, you do notice that same Birdman that you saw just kind of, just briefly makes eye contact with you as you pass by, nods, and just goes back to examining the board himself. And as you make your way out...
Insight the Birdman!
There's not much to insight, but go ahead.
I'm curious.
17. Okay, not bad. Okay. He just appears to have noticed that you are interesting looking. That is all.
Pio for Pio. Pio for 2E. Kanku.
So, none of the jobs have caught our interest?
The wyvern's a bit out of her pay grade, and well, I'd rather not waste all of our things trying to hunt rust monsters.
What are rust monsters?
Arana looks at Kyra and is like, yeah, what are those?
Think of like giant bugs the size of a Mako, but any metal they touch, it turns to rust and disintegrate.
Well, we do not have all metal weapons. Our whip is not. Our shield, while it may look like metal, is not
That's
metal.
specifically for you, but for me, well...
Oh, yes, but you have a gun.
Which they could also disintegrate.
Yep.
And your armor's not immune to that either.
And your armor isn't, Ellie.
Good point.
Rana looks at herself and goes,
You do not have any armor, any metal, do you, Arada?
Nothing,
Metal on an instrument.
nothing substantial, but still, I know a little bit about those, and I'm getting
Couldn't
a lot
we-
of data from Kyra right now.
couldn't we also
under-
just leave the metal weapons in the room? Are they terribly dangerous things?
Yes, we have other options
They
besides
said
our hammer.
infiltration, so that implies a lot of them.
Did they say we had to kill them or just get rid of the infestation?
There was an oath. They have an open bounty for how many antennae you hand in, so it's an extermination thing.
Okay.
It's a mining town. Rust monster infestation's bad news.
We
Could also
We may
potentially
keep
be
that in mind.
helpful.
yeah.
Basically, Kyra would be jack shit useless in this.
Not necessarily. You don't have to get up close to them.
Well,
But, I understand the hesitation because they eat your weapon.
Yeah.
it's too soon to
Kyra would know a lot of these
There are quite a few in Vanto, and they are a massive nuisance when they emerge. Because they tend to explode in population every once in a while. People have lost their businesses, and entire business empires have crumbled to the ground as a result of these things.
So basically,
we had several airship hangars that just completely get overtaken by them and just have to be liquidated in the hole.
We would not want to lose any of our things.
That
We
is
also recognize that these are dangerous creatures, or at least harmful.
I'm sure somebody else will take them.
From
It's easily the highest reward here of everyone on that table. The guard drake one, well, all frankness, I saw the wide berth everyone was giving that one. That might have been those orcs you saw the night before.
I wouldn't doubt it. Folks on the common side around here.
They are not.
If we are just looking for something to do for the day, after we look around, we could just guard the miners for a little bit if we have nothing else to do.
Guarding the miners is probably the easiest thing. It's just a matter of, that's a day shift job. We're just going to be all standing there, or we get into a fight or something. If we do have to take a job, that's probably the best option.
But we do not have to right now.
We're actually pretty well set for the time being. If infare is as good as it is, we could stay here for a while off of that job. Killing that Etten was a good move for that.
We would like to look at the fight club tonight.
Hey, it might be a good way to ask around about the clerics.
Well,
Nobody knows.
Let's head to the temple first, see what they have to say.
Yes.
No one knows
fight
more.
tonight.
Might be a good way to make a little of extra money. Might be a way to get some information. Don't overlook a source. Yeah, temple's definitely the most likely outcome. Plus, it seems like one of the few buildings around here that actually has historical merit, looking over specifically at you, Kyra.
Yeah, why do you think Kyra's been gunning for it?
Eric's been gunning for it too.
Low-key. All right. Making your way over from the guild, you can see the temple pretty readily as you get close to it. The first thing you notice is just there's a big grove surrounding this large black stone building of blood red leaved trees.
Ooh. Ellie examines the trees. She doesn't touch.
With very sharp looking leaves.
Ooh.
And you see just kind of walking among them all, you can actually see there are several Loxodon that are just kind of moving about, just examining the trees. alongside a few other Dragonborn that appear to be kind of talking and showing them how to do a specific task pertaining to them.
Ellie waves.
They
Do I
bow.
see Dominic?
Mm-hmm. All right. So you all approach the temple grounds. You can immediately smell incense. That definitely smells like what the Loxodon were carrying, but it's not super strong. It kind of gets carried away in the mountain air. But entering in, you
Is that
pass.
the smell that Mako is smelling?
Yep. It is pretty close to it, yeah.
Interesting.
Right.
All right, so you make your way in past these trees. Just a few people nod. Whenever the Loxodon pass, they do that weird little trunk sigil thing where they make a little symbol in the air with it.
Ellie tries to do the same thing with her hands. Her hand.
The eyes just kind of narrow up into a bit of a smile, and you can kind of see the base of the trunk where it hitting the rest of their head crinkle up a little bit, almost in a smile.
Oh.
They just nod and continue working.
A grave heretical offense.
I mean, you'd have to ask them to find out. All right. Moving among these trees, you can definitely smell. Funny enough, these trees smell like they're burning as you pass through them a little bit. They kind of have a fragrant firewood-like smell to them.
Ooh.
And you arrive at a large stone courtyard with a bonfire burning in the middle, a couple of Loxodon, and a few Dragonborn. It's not super well staffed. Most of the people there appear to be groundskeepers. But you do notice the one Loxodon that you spoke to last night, Dominique, is walking around as well. He's just kind of looking around at all the sights, his eyes sparkling a little bit.
We will go speak to Dominique. Perhaps he has seen a local cleric or paladin.
Worth a try. Someone we know is a good way to break contact. Then I guess we can look around.
Investigation checks, you say?
Why, yes.
Okay.
19. All right, you two just kind of start looking around and poking about a bit, looking in, just looking at all the different sites as you walk up and speak to the familiar trunked face of Dominique.
Hello, friend.
Ah, Ellie, good to see you this morning. See, what a fine day this is upon top of Ragnath's sacred mountain.
It is.
I'm here.
I've never seen anything quite like this mountain.
It is a special one. History dating back to the dawn of time itself. Mount Moras is one of the oldest mountains in this continent, I am told.
It is quite the sight, we must say.
It inspires awe, for sure.
It does. We've never been on top of a mountain before. This is a first for us.
Well, then don't you know special right now. There's few pleasures quite like it. I'm not used to them myself. There weren't many where I'm from either. But, is there anything I can help you with? Did you find what you were looking for?
No, we have just come by after checking over at the guild this morning.
I see.
We saw you, and we were hoping maybe you had seen someone here who was a cleric or paladin.
You kind of notice the lines and happy wrinkles on his face fade away into a more smooth thing as his eyes kind of wince in. Then I am sorry to have no good news for you on that front. There hasn't been a cleric or paladin of Ragnath in this temple in some time. In fact, there haven't been many clerics or paladins of Ragnath in, honestly, so many years, it seems. They are rather rare.
We see. Ellie deflates a bit.
Would that clerics for these gods of this land are strange compared to where I'm from. In Madria, there are plenty of clerics to the Embrium. Or even some to the fire goddess. She is very active and interacts much with her people, but Ragnath is old and slumbers most of the time. The people he deems to speak to are impeccable importance, you see.
Yes, we understand. But it is
No?
of importance that we find a way.
Well, never say never. I would be happy to ask about and see if anyone else knows anything.
Is there some kind of ceremony with which to attempt to speak to Ragmuth?
So not. I'll roll a religion check on his part. Not terrible. I am afraid that I have only just begun learning. I thought that we back in Madria knew of Ragmuth's worship and history and practices, but there's so much more here that I could have never possibly imagined. It will take much time to learn. Would the devotion alone were enough, I would happily heal you myself.
We understand.
Perhaps the Dragonborn here might know more. They are Ragmuth's children, after all. Or if you are very fortunate, attempt to ask a dragon themselves. I do believe there is one of them in town.
Oh?
Yes, inside of the city there is a circus, apparently. A traveling one. It's ringmaster. It is a place of entertainment. That's all I really know. I don't know much of what they do with them here, but their leader, the one who heads up the traveling band, is a dragon of copper scale.
Ah, the best kind.
Oh. Oh, easy.
Narrows eyes. Perhaps we shall.
I hope you find the answers you are looking for, but feel free to ask around others at the temple. I am afraid that I am little more than a lowly acolyte at the moment, and cannot tell you much. If anything, all I've really tasked to do is just making sure the dragon roots stay, well trimmed.
Is that what these trees are?
Yes, they are sacred. Dragon root trees are known to be quite volatile. Their sap can burn the skin.
Ah. That's fascinating. What do you do with the clippings and the cleaning?
Points over at the bonfire in the center of the courtyard.
Ah. We see. Well, thank you, Dominique.
Of course. I will remember your plight, and I will do whatever I can to aid you, Ragmuth willing.
And if there is anything we may be able to do, let us know.
Just does a gentle head bow and takes a pair of garden shears that are very oversized and starts heading out towards the trees. Alright, so that investigation check from a minute ago, a 19. Alright, Kyra, you immediately go into museum tourist mode, checking to see exactly how it compares to everything, and you're seeing a lot of new stuff. Adrian history doesn't go into the Elder Gods much. So you're seeing some interesting history lessons here, Ken, these massive mosaics along the walls of the inner sanctum. You're seeing historical events such as Ragmuth just kind of being born with a depiction of an enormous dragon kind of unfurling itself, its tail kind of clamped in its own mouth, mountains on the back with clouds and trees. Depictions of this dragon speaking with the moon, depictions of the ocean piercing the dragon's side and flooding into it, depictions of the dragon and the sky itself, which is clad in a very unusual way. It's very abstract in appearance, speaking to one another, the dragons being born, the dragonborn being born. All of it is very lovely to look at. It is satisfying and scratching a nice itch for you, especially after being told that they don't value their history much. But as Miguel warned, it's really more of a tourist attraction than an actual functional temple. Looks like it might have been used for religious practice, but it's pretty much just being maintained, not really utilized. Is there anything else anyone wishes to do?
Nothing I can think of.
Okay, I'm back.
Excellent.
Tyra, find anything?
Not particular. Well, yes and no. A lot of Kyra nerd stuff, but nothing that's useful to Ellie.
That's fine.
No, not in this
It's
case.
so fun.
Yep, she just got a little bit of a fun history lesson, looked at a bunch of mosaics on the wall of like significant mythological events pertaining to the mountain god.
Would the dragon statue I have be representative of that I have?
Yeah, the statue you found actually does look familiar to some of the Ragnath depictions you see on like statue bases and whatnot.
Kara pulls out the statue to compare it.
Yeah, it's a pretty close match.
Like, will it look like it belongs to the temple, like the architecture or construction?
No, it doesn't look like it's like a missing piece or anything. It's designed in a similar style.
So it's Dragonborn make is what I'm gathering.
Yep, it appears to be, from what you can gather, likely a small little altar of sorts that someone would set up in their home to Ragnath, which means it's probably pretty old or belonged to someone very religiously devout.
So the statue I found seems to be some sort of altar for Ragnath.
Hey, Kyra.
Hey, Marco?
You're a nerd.
And you're practicing.
It's a compliment.
Ellie goes up to Kyra. Have you found anything interesting?
Nothing relevant to you, I don't think.
Well, we are kind of fascinated by Ragnath in general.
Vibe I'm getting is just that he's an old lazy thing that just sleeps and the world's on him, just going on while he does. But, hey.
When you're a god that powerful, it's probably a good thing he's as lazy as he is.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I'm drawing a few cultural lines here that I think I know how Dragonborn explain how earthquakes work. It's funny because back where am from, earthquakes were more or less just that one particular mountain was really angry. But maybe they're connected, I don't know. I wonder what volcanoes are. Do you think volcanoes are like Ragnath's acne or something?
Would Kyra know that?
No, that is just a fascinating question that pops into your head. As you think about it, it's like, I wonder.
19 on religion.
You've never heard that as a religious dogma about this god before, but now that when you think about it, it's a pretty functional correlation.
Even if it's not the most charming.
No. Look, I'm just saying it makes sense.
If he's dragon god, dragons are reptiles, do dragons even get acne?
Maybe, I don't know.
We do not.
But Kyra's asking this to Mako in her head, so...
It's a mental conversation. Maybe we could ask Ellie about that, but that seems very personal.
Right. You're Metal Gear Soliding right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like the Dragonborn asking me about my breath.
Well, Miguel certainly didn't stop at that at all, which is hilarious to me now. But now, well, now what? Temple doesn't seem to have any answers, and that was kind of... Miguel did warn us not to expect to find much. I guess we just ask around?
I think our best bet's to ask around and see if we can find any contracts that take us out of here somewhere else.
Not a bad thought. I guess we just head around the market then. Definitely staying together, though.
Yes.
Ellie wants to just look around the see if there's any dragonborn who look kind of important.
All right. Around this particular temple.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a perception for me.
Good old perception.
15, okay. The Dragonborn walking around are just dressed in very schlubby peasantine clothes. Have very normal, kind of ruddy, brownish complexions. Nothing particularly standoutish. They're just kind of sweeping the grounds, tending to the fire. None of them appear to be particularly important or speaking of anything.
Yeah, we were hoping.
And Mako does just put a paw up on your leg, very much shooting you a sorry sort of look.
Ellie pats Amako's head, but she's clearly kind of slumped down a bit.
He was not kidding about the fact that Dragonborn aren't particularly religious about their own gods. This is the one that created them, and the base courtesy they have is just not building over the place to make something new. But anyway, guess we just ask around the market then.
Excuse me.
Alright, so you guys just basically start walking around town, just shopping around, asking if anyone's seen anything.
Also, Kyra's looking for stuff for the pitch a price for specific barding.
Mm-hmm.
For
Alright.
Would look for any kind of specialists for like crafting and such.
Alright. The smiths out here in the lower market are a lot more of the basic bitch variety that just make basic things, but they do tell you that the inner city, which anyone can go into, definitely is where you go to find the specialists. That most of the people who work in there are smiths.
Okay.
Didn't they also say that's where the circus is?
Yep.
Ellie? Oh, either way, probably worth going in the inner city, I guess.
There you go. Right. As you do and prepare to rock off with that, him. You just kind of hear a little throat clearing sound.
Kyra looks.
You see the little gnome child from the night before. Think.
Hello?
Think. Salutations.
Salutations.
So, little bird said that you're out looking for a Ragmith cleric, are you?
We are.
From our friend, she's been afflicted by somewhat of a little curse. I wouldn't say little, but
This kid's body language is the exact opposite of the vulnerable act you saw the night before. Think, that's so. Just kind of pulls out a carrot and starts munching on it.
he has fucking Bugs Bunny energy.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
That is accurate.
I think I might be able to help you with a thing or two with that. It's going to take a little bit of time, though. Got to get in touch with some of my people.
Yeah, with the Thieves Guild. Can't go around the rest of the Thieves Guild. It'd take all day.
You have people?
I know people.
Would they know where a Ragmith cleric is?
Might not. That's why I gotta ask him.
That would be very kind of you.
That's a good carrot. All right. Well, if you need of any particular information, just head on over to the Schmamules. Ask for a fireman. You'll see me within an hour.
Am I getting kid energy from him still?
Yeah, you still are. It's just this is clearly a streetwise, artful dodger type.
Rana just kind of grins. She knows exactly what the fuck is going on. She goes, fireman. All right.
Kyra would know too. She's been run across these types before.
That happens there too. one of the absolute best friends you can make wandering around the streets of Fanto are the Newsies.
Yeah, Kyra knows one.
Mm-hmm.
A really good one.
Trust me, Newsies are tough as nails. They will kick your ass if they don't like you.
Ellie tosses him a gold.
And Rana just is delighted by little shits, so...
So he catches the gold midair, just kind of looks over, chomps on it once.
Why would you do that?
People try to pass along fake contraband all the time.
Looks like it would hurt.
Nah. I kind of like the taste anyway. And for that, he just kind of flicks his hand and the coin just seems to vanish into thin air through the act of it.
Oh.
So, that gets you one more bit of information. Name's Schmoliver.
What is it?
Fucker!
Smoliver.
Like
God
Oliver.
damn it! Is your last name Twist?
No.
Fucker!
Stupid. Why would I do that?
No, it's Schmith.
Schmwist.
Schmith.
It sounds awful.
It does.
Oliver Schmith.
So,
Thank
well,
you.
you might be hearing from someone important soon enough. You might be having some people who can help you along the way. So I'll heap an ear to the ground, which is very easy for me. So, ciao. Winks at you specifically, Arana, and then vanishes into the crowd again.
Rana does a double finger salute, it's like, shit.
Same energy.
Kyra, make sure her gold is where it is.
It is all still there. You passed the test.
Huh. What just happened?
We just got adopted by a thief.
Yeah, we definitely did. Noble enough of them, I guess. So I guess we head to the inner city then. Maybe a little carefully.
Yeah. Kyra?
Yeah?
Put it at the inner city?
Yep, to the inner city, I guess.
Yep. All right. It's a bit of an uphill trek. It takes you a little bit of time to get to the upper tiered walkways, but there are several mine shafts. You do see those peculiar buildings, but you're not entirely sure what they are. You do see walking around the perimeter of them are dragonborns in full plate armor. Probably town guard of some kind or some kind of military function. You do find several mine shaft-like entrances dotting along the walls, each of which you can smell and hear the sounds of industry coming out of, and a rush of heat. Very dry heat. So, you step your way in, your footsteps echoing on the stone, and you enter into our next map.
Ooh.
The inner city.
Ooh.
You guys
Where are we entering in from? The top?
You're entering in from right around here. Little tiny mine shaft entryway there. As soon as you enter in through the tunnel, you just are immediately hit by if you have agoraphobia and don't like really high and close spaces, this is going to set you off. It is a big cavern with a lot of giant low-hanging stalactites and stalagmites. You can see it. It's very well lit. There are a lot of different homes, a lot of even more densely packed people walking around, and just the air is just constantly echoing with the sounds of hammers striking anvils and the sound of running water. And very forefront that you cannot absolutely miss at all is a giant chunk of skystone just sitting right in the middle of it all.
Oh.
That's expensive.
Thank God. Hopefully Major doesn't know about this.
Yeah. That's enough to power like an air fleet. It's massive.
Hearing that, Kara feels a twist in her stomach, knowing the proximity of this to Ipswich is
Mm-hmm.
the result isn't really she doesn't like.
Yeah. Understandable completely. All right, taking some steps inside, you see another little marketing area that's got a lot, several different things. A lot of the stuff here is more like crafts, things that people have actually made in the city.
Hey.
But you also notice a very sizable field over here of various types of glowing fungus that stretches a considerable distance.
Oh.
And
Oh.
lots and lots of mushrooms. And you also can see, looking over in the other direction, very clearly what the Thunder Forge was. A massive, oversized forging set with a lot of heat coming out of it. You can feel it from where you're standing.
Hmm.
So, what kind of things are they forging with that thing?
So, from what you can tell, it's largely just processing the metal and smelting it down. The anvil itself largely looks like decoration. You don't see anyone working with it, but you'd imagine giants probably used it.
Ooh.
It does strike some very imaginative imagery of giant smiths working it.
Sir, if we get closer, Irana's gonna look and see if there's any writing anywhere.
Absolutely. So you can propose to do that. This place is yours to explore.
If we happen to have any time to wander over that way, I kind of want to take a look at that. After you're all done looking for what you're looking for, of course.
I mean, it's a valid direction to go. It puts us going through the market anyway, looking over at Kyra.
Yeah, it's on the way, so might as well.
Agreed.
All right. You start passing through the market. This one, Kyra, you notice that there are a lot of dragon statues like the one you found, just made of a lot lesser metals. At a lot of these stands, lots of weapons being sold, lots of various other
So
things.
they
All
basically
with
turned
flavor.
the religious iconography into basically tchotchkes.
Pretty much.
So the one Kyra has still has more value.
It appears to be made of a higher grade material, yes. There are various other things, mostly just stuff smiths would make. Some more utilitarian, some not. But you can see kind of one very noteworthy thing as you're moving along. You notice a lot of little creatures jumping back and forth from across the various tents and stalls. Tiny little dragons, much like the one Meguile had.
Aw.
There are pseudo-dragons here with about the population density of pigeons in a big city.
Do they look like they're someone familiar, or like are they like literally like pigeons? Like
Most of them, you notice quite a few of them have little like collars and harnesses on, and quite a few of them are actually carrying parcels strapped to their chests.
oh,
Some of them do appear more on the feral side, and they come in every color under the sun.
What is the biggest, fattest one?
Oh boy. Okay, so the biggest, fattest one. Well, if I have to say,
trying to get the tubs of pseudo dragons, aren't you?
Maybe.
so
Not that unhealthy. Not that unhealthy.
yeah, good. I didn't want to have to go to that level. I'll just be sad.
Yeah.
The biggest one you can see moving around is one that is very clearly carrying a package of a sizable variety. This dragon has one chiseled ass, very square chin. You can tell this is the Chad of pseudo dragons.
Oh God.
Has kind of this, yet funny enough, actually kind of has this. It has the color scheme of those generic cups that were everywhere in the 90s. Those pastel colors.
Oh my God.
What?
You know those purple striped zigzag teal colored. That pattern was everywhere back in the 1990s and then just all vanished at the turn of the century.
Where it belongs.
But okay.
You'll know it when you see it, Nora.
It triggers a nostalgic experience that you either love or hate. Usually some mix of both.
What is the biggest, fattest one that doesn't look like it has a collar on?
Biggest, fattest, more feral-looking one is very gray in complexion. It is sitting up very comfortably on top of a stall, and you actually notice there's several kind of yellowy stripes moving across. It is laying on the counter, looking at you with strong, fat-ass tabby tomcat energy.
I love it. Also, oh my god, yes. God. Oh god. Oh god.
Those, yeah.
Oh god. What the fuck?
Yep.
Ellie walks up to the big fat pseudo dragon.
Probably not a good idea.
It just looks at you, just slow blanks.
Hello there. Does anybody own you? Are you friends with anybody?
It just rolls over.
Oh, she tries to rub its stomach.
It swats at you and you notice it has a stinger on its tail.
Oh. Interesting. Fascinating.
Ellie, let's not get pets right away, and if we do, let's get it from a reputable source.
You're
But look at it.
responsible. So you are responsible for your animal's stealth checks.
Oh, wait, what? But look at it. They are so fat.
That's actually not a sign of good health, you hear a voice say.
What? Looks around.
That is a very well-fed little dragon right there. And walking by, Kyra, funny enough, you see another human.
Kind of double take.
He is dressed in very peasanty attire, kind of ragged brownish robes, long kind of pointed hat, has this sandy salt and pepper kind of reddish hair and thin beard, looks very thin and very dusty. And he pulls out a little bit of dried meat, just, yes, you are so fat and unhealthy, aren't you? Just the unhealthiest little thing, as it immediately takes the food and starts nibbling on it.
Oh.
Hello? How do I meet the pleasure, Mr.
He looks over at the lot of you, just, huh. That's interesting.
Yes, we've gotten that more than once.
I'm sure. So have I, more than you'd know. Rowan Oaks.
God damn it! Tyler has a sense of deja vu she cannot quite explain.
So, pleasure to make another human's acquaintance in these parts.
Same. You from Ipswich or?
Ipswich, no. Now I've yet to have the pleasure to grace that town. I'm not really from anywhere, just go where the wind takes me. Something of a traveling merchant myself, so...
Understandable.
What do you sell?
What don't I sell?
What don't you sell?
What do I sell?
That is what we are asking you.
And that's what I'm asking you.
Insight.
Rana just stands there and kind of laughs.
10.
Like, this is the single biggest question mark of a living creature you have ever seen in your life. You cannot read a thing about this guy. His face is ironclad. Just this half-lidded smile that seems so genuine and at the same time so empty and soulless you don't even know.
What the fuck?
I'm getting antique store owner vibes.
That's something of the dream. I do have a home base of sorts where I store my crazier things.
Oh.
Let me see.
But it's neither here nor there. So what exactly are you lot doing here in this fine, lovely inner city?
Well, a few things. On the material side, I'm looking to get her barding, but truth be told, we're actually looking for a Ragmuth cleric or paladin.
You just kind of see him almost, if he was drinking something, he would have done a borderline spit take at that. Just Ragmuth clerics. What do they think of next? I think Ragmuth's woken up in 3,000 years. How did he tell or dictate religious dogma to anyone?
As he's talking, Ellie just sags more and more.
Well, our companion was cursed by the sea god as our previous adventure had her accidentally procure the blood of a deep scion that was plaguing the town.
Nasty business, that. Ithwich had issues with abyssal spawn, then.
Yeah.
It's been dealt with the help of the Tide Warden.
Hmm. Definitely drew some attention, then. That's very interesting. Might have to pay that town a visit after all myself. Anyhow. Well, if you're in the market for anything bizarre, Roanoke's Antique Emporium is on the road all the time.
Whoop. Antique Emporium.
I sell odds and ends, and that is all I can ever promise.
We would not mind taking a look.
Well, I don't have it here with me. I'm here on more of a buying operation, seeing if there's anything interesting here. And I've clearly succeeded, looking at the three of you. And Marco down as well.
You cannot buy me.
I wouldn't dream of it. You're too young.
Ellie narrows her eyes.
Anna puts her face in her hands, trying to hide the fact that she's laughing.
We are not for sale.
Say, very good. That's good. You drive a very hard bargain. I'm sure some people will definitely try to throw in some competing offers in the long run.
He's just like baffled by this man. Looks the Kairos like, help.
I need an adult.
The only other adult's laughing.
Ellie is an adult. She's just a snake.
But you still need one.
Also, another thing I kind of wanted to do was to go to like a constabulary or something to report the missing people.
Mm-hmm.
As well, that she found from the at remains, as well as report the strange bones of the dwarf person. That totally isn't just a D&D staple that we've never seen before.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Well,
And Ellie wants to look for any Ragbith info and possibly someone to help her with her crafting.
yeah, you're in the right place for crafting. Plenty of it, if you can afford them.
Wait a minute, does Kyra still have the water destroyed book?
You do. Unless you threw them out.
Kyra wouldn't have.
Yeah.
This might be a weird thing to ask, but you know any book restoration?
Not in this town, not that I'm aware of.
Because in the Deep Science Lair, we found these books that have been waterlogged and destroyed that could be useful, but otherwise I'm not sure what to do with.
Could I see them?
Kyra hands them.
He takes the waterlogged tomes, just kind of opens them up, flips through a couple of the pages. A couple of them rip apart or kind of decompose as he does so. Just, all right. Well, 3 gold for. I'll give you a gold each.
Take them.
Absolutely.
Sounds like you know how to restore them more than I could, so...
I might know people or things or places.
I'd love to know what's in them, provided it's not like a cursed knowledge or anything.
Nah, nothing like that, I don't think. Anything cursed knowledge wouldn't have been destroyed by seawater so easily. There's a whole world of people out there. I'm sure some of them might know a thing or two about this. And either way, I kind of love broken, useless things.
Suspicious.
Now, if you've got your business, I recommend you move with a little bit of haste. That's a nasty curse you've got there.
That's what we're trying to solve as quickly as possible.
High abyssal, deadly stuff.
We are well aware of how thoroughly our life is in danger.
I give you about a month. Move closer to the ocean, maybe 2 weeks.
Oh.
Ellie is glaring at him from under her hood.
He is making direct eye contact with you, eyes just not moving in the slightest.
But he can't see my face.
You don't know that.
Evie.
Insight, this
I
man.
didn't get these vibes previously because I never played The Witcher 3. But I'm getting a certain merchant's vibe.
I mean, hey, there are vibes. Plenty of vibes.
Inciting this man.
7.
I'm getting the vibe of a certain merchant of mirrors.
Now, why would you get that impression, like, at all? Like, seriously, they're two completely different people. He hasn't touched a single spoon yet.
Hey, they say they're cool. I just said I'm getting the vibe.
Just a 7, once again.
Yeah.
You feel like the longer you stare into this man's eyes, the less you know about him.
While fair string.
You know of no rank with clerics or paladins or any of the like that could assist me.
They exist. They're just not here.
Ellie turns and walks away.
A different question for you.
Different answer.
Do you know of anybody else who might be able to break that?
Well, like I said, there are all manner of people of exceptional power. Breaking it, that takes a lot. It takes a lot to annihilate a curse that's singular. But there are plenty who could remove it. It's just going to be kept in a magical container somewhere until someone decides they want it out.
Can you remove it?
Are you crazy? Look at me. Do I look like I could?
We do not know.
She is
Not. I don't have the proper equipment for something like that.
She is a very sheltered person.
I lack the skill set to do something like that, nor the intent of wanting to even hold on to something like that. It's like, I want that thing gone from this face of Groran just as much as you do. I suggest you find them, but there aren't any here. Ask around, maybe you could find someone who knows where they've gone. I would if I knew, believe me, but I'm not omniscient.
Hold on.
What are you then?
What am I? That's a question.
At least I can't just ask people what they are.
We have been asked what we are more than once.
I'm Rowan Oakes, an antique dealer, and a lover of odds and ends.
Also, I have to be right back real quick.
Yep. We can take a little break here if need be.
Kitty. So I noticed that he didn't say that he knows anybody that could remove it. Or not.
This man has barely given a straight answer since we met him. All Ellie knows is that she's starting to get angry.
Now that you guys are getting out into the mainland, I can actually start bringing back some characters, and I knew this was a perfect opportunity for this one.
Who is this guy?
He was
previous.
He was pretty much exactly the same in Questing Beast. Weird antique dealer, just with a ton of question marks surrounding him. Bullshit to follow wherever he went.
Yeah, we didn't get much farther than that in questing beasts. We were going to. Roanoke's was a big. We're gonna go talk to that man more.
That's fair.
So the two of us that have experience with him also don't know exactly what he knows.
Even I don't know everything he knows. He's a question mark. That's just how he was designed.
At this point, he's just a bit like, guess I'll die.
Well, that's no way. You got to take ownership of your life, man. You only got the one. Don't want to lose it.
She's trying not to.
Nobody said it was going to be easy.
Jesus. Just trying to think of questions to ask him that would give me a better answer, but
The how of it is very important with him.
I'm back.
Hello. All right.
I had to go get something to drink because my throat was fucking raw.
That's fair.
Yep. I had to open my second one. All right.
Alright, so where were we?
Just making conversation with this perfectly normal human.
Right. So if you're familiar with the markets around here, do you know anything that dabbles in exotic barding?
Barding for exotic things. Someone wants that precious pup to be protected, I see.
Well, after she got attacked by a face spider and died, but
Nasty business, those. Nasty business. All right. That's a 3 on the die for him, but that's technically a 37.
What?
this casual 37 from a 3, fuck you.
All right, so there's a couple around here. If you head over towards mostly hobbyists who work with something like this. Probably have to get it on commission. Just closes his eyes for a moment and just goes still. For a moment, you don't even see him breathe. Eyes open, then just look for a gnome named that's interesting. Yes.
That one? Fuck.
Her name is Schmiffany. See what you can find there. She does things by commission only, so she'll have to measure it all out. Depends on the materials you want. If you want it a little cheaper, you provide them yourself.
Alright. Kara looks to the crag and cat stuff that we have. Might be doable.
That might suffice. Plenty of it there. That's the best I can offer for barding.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Groran.
Anytime. Anytime at all. Now, if you don't mind me, just kind of stretches a little bit, brushes a little bit of dust off of one of his sleeves. I think I'm going to go off and see what else I can find in this town. You take care of yourselves. No one else will.
For future reference, what is your antique store by chance?
Oh, it's wherever it needs to be. And just keeps walking.
Kyron,
Just, my head hurts.
I've had the weirdest sense of deja vu all day. First when Ellie mentioned bumper space, and now this.
Yeah. I mean, if you really think about it, there's a possibility that there's an entire multiverse out there just full of other us's running around, living their own lives. Craziness.
God, that'd be terrifying.
Yeah. Just imagine one of you that's like a jock or something.
Ugh.
Or one of me where I'm a cat. Gross.
Ripped Kyra when.
Oh, why do I have a feeling for most places I'm in, I'm always accosted by giant monsters?
That is definitely a mystery. Alright, so with all this meta stuff out of the way, you cut your way.
Quit leaning on the fourth wall.
You're gonna knock it over. Alright.
And then Alice is gonna be pissed at me again.
I can only mend so much. Okay, you make your way through the market. You don't happen upon... Yes?
Very quiet.
Mm-hmm. Making your way over to the Thunder Forge. Irana, you do immediately notice they're very faded out, but there are a couple of giant runes there.
Interesting. They know what they say.
They're kind of half words, but it appears to just be something akin to just some kind of sacred warding or just kind of a blessing placed upon this site. Just may you ever burn underneath this sky. Underneath the false sky, to be specific.
Looks like that's still going. She just kind of says that offhand. She doesn't explain what she means.
I would get it through polyglot.
You understand what she said? Polyglot extend to written tongues?
Yes.
Alright, then yeah, you definitely are able to read those runes at a glance. It appears to be some sort of blessing that is very faded, but, well, possibly still working. Giant is a very ancient tongue. But it definitely was giant made, you can tell that.
They don't have to stoke it every morning. I'm guessing that that's still going.
But yeah, it's for the next 10 minutes. Any written or spoken language I get, although specific idioms, terms, or culturalisms may still elude me.
Of course, yes. Alright, well, that's really all you get out of that. There's not many. Giant was a very efficient tongue. They made a lot of statements with very little letters.
She's just mostly curious about how the fuck that thing is still lit.
It appears to never really go out.
If I guess, that's maybe some sort of volcanic, given all the spring water that's around.
Yeah, probably. I say, knowing absolutely nothing about how that works, but I definitely know the smell. There were lots of volcanoes around where I'm from. Well, see if we can find anything about that barding and maybe just ask around. Yes.
We're like right here, right?
Yep.
So what's right here?
That appears to be, just looking over at it, you can see that a lot of the mineral water is actually coming out of that building.
Oh. Looks like the sources of mineral water.
it's kind of going down that one hole over there, and another one appears to be going sucked up into that tower. You can hear more running water in this chamber echoing, but a lot of it appears to be getting pumped up through that building. Not exactly sure what it is, but
Perhaps some sort of waste disposal or sewer?
building a sewer in this place seems like a weird choice, but yeah, possibly.
Definitely processing water of some sort. Oh, well, let's just try to go find Schmiffany and then Schmanuels.
Yep. Looking forward to being more protected.
Ellie's just looking around.
So I'm gonna roll an investigation check to find either.
Yep, you can roll investigation to see exactly
26.
26. Excellent. All right, yeah. It does not take you a super long amount of time. Once you start walking back over towards some of the other buildings into the market, you just follow the sounds of smithing, and it is very evident very quickly when you see somebody working on. Funny enough, you actually see an adventuring sort there, a dragonborn with stark white scales that is getting their pseudo dragon fitted.
Oh.
Just getting a tiny little harness strapped to it, almost in a falconer's sort of equipment. Just, there you go. That's not bad at all, little guy. You were such a good little patient. Say, all right, then. I'll see if I can get to work on the materials for it. Much obliged. The dragonborn just kind of turns and walks off and looks over, sees a Mako, and oh boy, the anime sparkles behind this woman's eyes as she sees your job. Can I help you? Please?
Yes, me and my companion here was looking to get her some barding.
Oh, well, you've come to the right place. Step right inside. Happy to take a look at you. And Mako just looks over at you and you just hear in your head, I'm a little uncomfortable with this now. Just a little bit.
Let's get this over with then. Tyler says to her mentally.
Yep. Okay then. Don't be too excited. Just kind of slowly paces over, doing very cautious body language. It's all right. I don't bite. It's like, well, look at you. Aren't you lovely? It's like, I've not seen a blink dog like you before. Definitely know you are one, but you don't look anything like the ones out in the woods east of here. Nothing at all. So,
I'll say as much as you allow, Kyra says to Mako.
It's like, you don't have to say anything, to be honest. Just smile and nod. Just want to get through this now. Why do I get the feeling that man sent me here on purpose?
Fucking asshole.
Hey, Rowan Oaks is a very respectable individual.
Doesn't stop him from being an asshole.
It's true. All right. So, what exactly are you looking for here? Looking at the three of you, I can definitely tell your guild. Guessing you want her to be just the most protected puppet possible. Just kind of...
Well, nothing like plate mail or anything that's too loud or obnoxious, but something that could make her a little harder to penetrate and hit.
All right. Something on the lighter side, then.
Preferably, yes.
Well, I've got plenty of leather to work with. Just depends on how much you want me to reinforce it.
What's the price range we're talking here?
Well, barding is a little more special in terms of how it's set up. The material costs are about the same. It's just there's a lot of personalizing that goes into it.
Understandable.
Having to make sure it fits the proportions, letting it breathe, building it for alternative anatomy. I get some fascinating requests every so often. One man tried to get me to make armor for his pet gelatinous cube.
How would that work?
I don't know. He was offering a lot of money for it, though.
And out of character, why do I get a feeling that's Frank?
It's entirely possible.
That does sound like the kind of shit you would pull.
Couldn't you just put a box over it?
It devours the box, and then it can't see. I tried that, made a little eye hole for it, but it just wound up slowing it down. So, if you're looking for baseline leather, that is normally... I could make something with basic leather for... that would be just 40 Drakal, but to be honest, I don't know how much more that would be just compared to where she is now. Would be pretty minimal protection. I could reinforce the leather, studded, and so on and so forth.
We happen to have crag cat pelts, if that would help in any way.
Crag cat, you say?
Kind of, and presents what we got, since it might
Yep.
not be enough for us, but for Imako it might.
They're a little...
Oh.
So they're a little singed, but that's just perks of the thing. I don't really need anything other than the skin. 40 Drakal for baseline leather. For studded leather, that's going to run you up a little more, and it's going to take a little bit longer to do. Studded leather will be 180 for full cost. But with the pelts, they're in pretty good condition. With the pelts, I could take the 80 off, make it a flat 100.
Tyra looks to everyone else, and we have that collectively, although individually we do not.
Yeah, Urana hands her gold over immediately.
As does Ellie. We want to keep Imako alive. I have
I think
40
all I
gold.
need is like just 20 from each of you, then that should be... Because we all got 43 each.
Okay.
And Kyra's at 63 right now, so...
Yep.
20.
Alright, well, you guys can figure out how to subtract all the differences later, but you fork over the pelts and the 100 Drakal coins, and just, okay. That's not bad. It's a pretty decent thing. Alright, give me a few minutes to make some measurements, and I will see what I can do. Look at you. Your fur is so... not moderate length. Okay. Not going to be inhibiting the skin. Don't want to accidentally chafe off any fur. It's like, I really don't like the way she's talking to me.
While this is going on, Irana's gonna look up at Ellie and go, "You know we're gonna do everything we can, right?"
Ellie sighs.
You're not, like, alone in this. If you can't find the answers, one of us will.
We hope so.
And look, I'm not familiar with thieves' guilds here, she says really quietly. But, they have ways of getting more information than you think is possible. You probably have a good shot.
Every way we've turned, we've found nothing but failure.
Well, failure is a part of life, but you just gotta keep going.
Failure.
You have to keep going when you fail, or that's gonna be your last failure. And you won't have any chance of seeing a success. Just keep going.
We will not give up. But we will admit, this has gotten quite rough.
It's only been a day. We've got plenty of time, Imako says. Only Kyra hears it. Alright then, here we go. Alright, I've got the measurements and the materials. It's gonna take a few days. Studying leather myself takes a lot of time.
Alrighty, thank you for your patronage.
Yep, I will send a pseudo dragon. Where are you staying at? I'll send it to the guild. It's fine. Unless you're staying somewhere particular you'd like me to send it.
here, do you want us to send it at our inn or the guild? Or ask if they're not the two.
Well, it's your barding.
It's up to you. It is for Imako.
I'm
Right.
good either way. Inn would get here a little bit faster. Just say we're from the Scallion.
We're from the Wrathful Scallion, is what we're currently staying in.
Noted. Oh, the horned woman that makes the fire drinks.
Yep, that's the one.
Haven't been there yet. Heard good things. Anyway, I will take a few days. This is probably going to be a pretty decent amount of work. Haven't done much with blink dogs. Have to make sure I don't use any cold iron or silver. Right? She just kind of starts muttering shop talk to herself as she starts writing down notes furiously. And Mako just kind of faces back over to you, does a little dog sigh. Just, okay, that's done.
What time of day is it?
I'd say you're approaching, with all the searching around you've done and walking around, it's early afternoon, approaching mid.
Alright, let's find manuals and ask for.
We would like to look for anyone who could help us work with our materials.
Kara's gonna be looking for some manuals too.
Yep, I mean, there's plenty of smithies all around this area. In fact, it's kind of the it job.
She's looking for anyone who like specialty who could work with like weirder material, like weirder stuff, like she's got.
All right. Roll a perception for me. Finding the Schmamules is easy. It's the place with the robot man in front of it, except this one has multiple. There are a lot of Texas
The manual superstore.
basically.
This is just Ellie's day, isn't it?
The Walmart Supercenter of manuals.
Yep.
Can I help Ellie look?
You can help.
I imagine there's fucking tiny robots for kids to ride out front.
Yes, there are
big
actually.
fucking claw machines.
Mm-hmm. It is kind of aggravating just to look at.
Oh god, the steampunk claw machines that get fucking toy Texas.
Yep. All the memorabilia is Tex. All of it. Except for the riding ones, those are actually Gorgons. Babe's' trusty speed. Indeed, Babe metal. Now, as far as finding someone that works with parts, it does take you a little while to look once you make a mental note of where the Schmamules is. It takes you a few hours of asking around, potentially asking about clerics along the way, seeing if anyone knows anything at all. Lots and lots of dead ends, but eventually you do happen upon somebody who, as you are walking up, is kind of welding metal into what appear to be large hunks of chitin.
Oh.
You look up and... what? You see a gnomish gentleman of exceptional age, with no hair except for a pair of just magnificent eyebrows.
God, imagine we can't even see his eyes.
No, the eyebrows stick straight up.
Oh
Almost-
God.
What? He's missing several teeth. Just gnarled. He looks like a leather purse. In many ways, his skin is so leathery from all this time.
Did you say he's the gnomish equivalent of Florida Man?
Not quite Florida Man levels, but pretty close. If he was Florida Man, he'd have like a pet alligator nearby.
Yeah.
And he'll probably be wearing a tank top with a buttoned up,
Yep.
an unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt.
Yep. He does have one of his arms down at the elbow is a massively oversized metal gauntlet that appears to be a prosthetic limb that is holding a very large warhammer, and you actually see right next to his bin, eating up the waste, is a rust monster.
Oh. Thought he has prosthetic then.
Yep.
Hello. We're looking for someone of your expertise.
Why?
Ellie pulls out her whip and her shield and shows them off.
Whip. Alright, You make those?
We did, yes.
Yeah. Just kind of hops down. You see him just trudging over, feet barely lifting the ground. He is wearing very large metal boots. It appears this guy's only got one functional limb that he was born with.
Oh.
Takes it and just takes the whip out of your hand, not asking for permission at all.
Hey, wait. What?
You start smelling it.
Why?
Just kind of funneling it through two of his hands, just sniffing the length of it down to the very tip. Just, not bad. Hands it back to you. Not bad.
Thanks. Why?
What?
Why would you do that?
To know if it was good. Just kind of reaches his mechanical hand into just this burlap sack, pulls out just a ton of seeds of some kind, and just starts stuffing them in his mouth. Just starts crunching on them with his very few teeth.
We were hoping to get some ideas or perhaps some tips to further our own craft.
Hey. Parts.
Ellie puts out all the parts. She's got 5 burnt deep scion teeth, 2 face spider fangs, a face spider eye, the manticore spike, a face spider venom gland that is drained, 4 cragcat saber fangs, a cragcat paw, and a cragcat tail.
Just crunching really loudly, mouth hanging open a little bit as he moves over to look at all of the parts.
We were attempting to turn the manticore spike into a sword, but we were having difficulty giving it a handle mostly. Keeping it all together.
Hey.
The others, we weren't quite sure what to do with them, but these cragcat's fangs especially are very sharp, so they might be able to be useful in something.
Not enough.
Not enough?
Not enough.
Not enough what?
Just kind of looks, gives you an up down at your lack of knowledge of what he's talking about. Just kind of uses his metal hand to kind of move a bunch of metal shavings off of one of the nearby tables. The rust monster immediately runs over, chirping happily, and just starts nomming on all of it. Picks up a few of your parts and just starts putting them down on the table.
What are you doing?
Fixing.
Fixing what?
Fixing it.
We are very confused, sir.
Yeah.
Do you speak common, sir?
Yeah.
That's what you're speaking, aren't you?
He's barely said anything. And he looks at the other two like, what's happening?
I'm pretty sure he's looking at the parts that you have and seeing what he can do with them.
Yeah. This goes on for like 5 minutes. And just standing there, just looking at all of it. Face barely moving, just looking.
We are good at crafting things. Perhaps we could work together?
His neck just cracks loudly as he turns over to look at you.
Ellie pulls out her hand axe, which is made of bone.
No.
We have also made this.
Well, we found Shemanuel, Kara says, walking back.
You walk up to this horrifying sight of this one-armed gnome just looking over all of Ellie's parts and just staring at her, just slurring and muttering under his breath the whole time. Leans up and just, with his good hand, and just starts scratching one of his eyebrows, and a bunch of dust comes out of it.
Would Polyglot help Kara parse this individual?
There is no comprehend language spell in existence that can make sense of these slurs. It's not even. I don't even think they're words.
It's a long shot, but
Can I insight this man?
You may insight this man.
This is the kind of language that you need to do a handle animal check on.
Basically.
That is the night Ellie's having.
You're having a lot of 8s and a lot of 7s and the like.
Kara's gonna look at
Ellie,
this.
you're having a good night tonight.
Kara's gonna roll an insight too, but doesn't do much better.
No, you don't know as much about gnomes. This is definitely the most old-looking one you've seen. Also, probably, all right, with the 12 Kyra, you definitely get the vibe that if he wasn't interested, he wouldn't have taken the parts up on the table in the first place. He's probably thinking either really fast or really slow about what he needs to say next.
Kara conveys that to Ellie.
Ellie sits across from him and just waits.
Hammer.
Ellie pulls out her hammer.
Yes, just grabs it.
Wait, what?
Just looks it over. Cheap.
You want our hammer?
Rip off.
You wish to rip off a part of our hammer?
I think he's saying that it is cheap.
Oh, cheap. I thought you said keep. Okay. Yeah,
Cheap.
yes. Well, we bought it from a Schmamules.
Yeah.
We have enjoyed the feeling of the weapon in our hand, but we were hoping to make something of our own in this style. As of yet, we have not found the proper materials.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Do you need to keep our hammer till tomorrow?
All of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
Do you need our shield and our whip?
Yeah. No.
Because we would prefer to have some weapon for tonight.
No.
Okay. Then we shall see you tomorrow. What is your name?
Menderson.
Is that what he said?
No.
Okay.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Schmetley.
Schmentley?
Sticks up his good hand. It's shaking really badly with arthritis and so on and so forth.
Ellie takes it, but she's careful with it. We are Ellie.
He takes it back and gives you one hell of a shake more than you were expecting.
Oh, can I strength check to do a firm shake back?
Sure.
Yeah.
13. All right, let's roll for him. That's a 16 on the die, plus his stuff is a 20, soft 20, yeah.
Oh, shit.
He starts to hurt your grasp a little bit because what he does is, when he notices your own strength, he takes that hand away and uses his mechanical one instead.
Fuck. Ellie, well, she gives it as firm back as she can.
It hurts a little, but he does relent.
She just takes the squeezing grip.
Yeah. He relinquishes his own hands, goes back, grabs the hammer, Something spiky. Tomorrow.
Ellie nods. We will be back tomorrow.
Lizard.
No, we are Dragonborn.
Okay.
Ellie turns and walks away. What time is it?
You lost a couple hours just listening to that man mutter.
Is
You're
it getting
back.
close to sundown?
You can't tell from inside of a mountain, silly.
Go to the manuals
Yeah,
and ask for that individual that you were looking for.
What?
Add just manuals to ask for that individual you're looking for.
If you wish to, yes. You can head down to Schmamuels and ask for a fireman.
Yeah.
A fireman.
Yep.
Fireman.
I thought you said fireman. I'm like,
Yeah, let us go to Schmamules.
Alright, it's pretty easy to get there. You just have to follow the sounds of howdy, folks, echoing through the stalls and streets.
howdy, folks.
Howdy, 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 howdy. I want to be a cowboy, baby.
As they walk by, Ellie does the whole, like, I'm watching you thing to the text.
One of them noticed.
Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of them, which is amazing in one and of itself. But as you do that to one of them, the metal man just kind of looks back at you, and you just see these little eyebrows go up and down a couple of times in a what sort of manner?
One of those gaining sentience.
Or it's actually, on closer inspection, it is a tourist warforged dressed in Tex garb.
Ellie hurries inside. She's very confused.
Rude. And it just starts walking away.
That is not a bird. That is very rude.
Alright. You make your way inside of the Schmamules. It is laid out very similarly to the one in Ithwich, but it, naturally much bigger. Selling about the same range of things.
The size of the one Kyra's used to in Fonto.
Mhm. Alright, so you make your way up and ask for that fireman, or do you look around first?
I'll look around, see what's here, what's people looking around in here.
Perception check.
Yeah, Ellie, let's get another 8. Oh,
15. Pretty good. Double 15s. Okay. Looking around, you just feel like you've been getting the runaround for the last couple of days, so there's not I would imagine you're not the most excited you've ever been.
No, Ellie's in a foul mood.
You're already growing jaded with the ways of the world. Your innocence is dying. Okay, so with that...
You had your first drink last night and everything.
Yep.
Yep.
You're becoming jaded and bitter. So it's going to become a dark and gritty campaign from here on out.
You're growing jaded, you're growing bitter. Soon you'll be working in a 9-to-5 job you hate for the rest of your life.
Sometimes I like to light matches just to feel my fingers burn.
God damn it. So what does it look like in here?
And again, not too far away from what you saw before.
Alright.
There are more Dragonborn walking around, not too many of them, and not many of them look guild, all things considered. They don't match up. A lot of these look more like civilians or younger people. A lot of them just kind of buying a weapon, some of them sorting them out. This is the cheap, accessible option for most.
Okay.
As far as
So did you tell us who to ask for? You said fireman, who to ask.
He did not say who to ask, just say head to the local Schmamules and ask for a fireman.
Alright.
At least wait till there's no one else at the counter.
There's not too much of a line. You only have to wait a few minutes to accomplish that.
Hey. Ellie goes up. Hello.
The person at the counter is a dragonborn with a kind of maroon complexion. You can't tell gender at a glance with dragonborn easily. Just, can I help you?
We are looking for a fireman.
Afraid we don't sell those here, but I'm gonna have to go and ask around in the back of the back room. You'll just wait a moment.
Yes.
Just not even skipping a beat, makes their way back, enters behind a door, just disappears for a few minutes, steps back out. What kind of fire?
What?
What kind of fire?
Thieves can't.
You don't know.
She's a rogue. She speaks thieves' can't.
Huh? That is fair.
Ellie's confused, but if this is thieves' can't, Kyra would know it.
Best you can tell, it is a very honest question. It's asking about what is the nature of this house call.
We are looking for assistance with the curse.
A certain individual told us to ask and help us
We are looking for a Ragnar cleric.
that they might be able to help us.
Wait right here. The dragonborn just paces back into the back once more, and better part of an hour passes.
God damn.
Well, that's what you get when you walk into a Walmart Supercenter. You just have to browse every floor, every aisle.
I know!
Especially
I work at one!
And then you hear the door open, and in enters the tiny gnome child.
What the fuck?
Say, well, you lot are fast. I wasn't expecting to hear from you wasn't expecting to hear from you on the same day. Can I help you?
It said to come here.
Yeah, you said if you needed anything from me to come and ask.
We were hoping you had any kind of assistance. We have been having a terrible day.
I'm working on it. You're asking for something that's a little, exotic for this town.
We understand.
Cleric thing, not so much, but I do know a few things about people who are looking for lifting curses alongside yourself. I recommend you head down to that fight pit.
We need to do something. How much was the hammer that Ellie bought last time?
You bought it and the Tex bobblehead for 25.
Oh, I don't have enough for another hammer. Okay. How do you know we were going to the fight club?
I don't. Really, I only just found out because you just told me. Look, all I'm saying is, there are folk who are also cursed in this town, and some of them might have their own solutions they're pursuing. And some of those solutions might pertain to you. There may be ways around all of this. Or there may be a solution. There may be someone who does know. I'm still looking. It's hadn't even been a day yet.
That is fair. Thank you.
Is that all?
Looks the other two.
Irish rugs.
Have you seen anyone else who looks like her?
Which one are you pointing at, Arana?
Guessing.
Rolling for that. Looks like you now to mention it. Well, my memory's not quite what it used to be.
You're a child.
Not on the inside. Maybe if I had a little something to refresh it.
Garrett gestures to Arana.
What?
Something to refresh it.
Yeah, he's probably talking about a bribe.
Oh.
It's about you, so I was wondering if you
Ellie
fight it.
totally tosses him a gold.
Catches it in midair once again, bites down on it. Very good.
Why? That looks so painful.
I'm just testing to see if the metal bends. Now, what you're asking is something I actually do have an answer for. Yes, there has been someone who looks like you in this town, except crazier hair.
That sounds about right.
Did a little tour run of some of the local dives, local inns, then just vanished into thin air.
That also sounds right.
Had other folk asking about him, too. Asking very peculiar, particular questions about it. Really random folk, too. Folk I would never assume would be looking into that sort of thing. Lots of people asking about what exactly he was saying. What exactly he was doing.
Strange.
That also sounds unfortunately right. God damn it, Dad.
That's all I know at the moment. Haven't seen the bloke in 4 or 5 days now.
4 or 5 days. Damn, he's close.
Yeah. We are not far behind.
It's a big town. It could just be laying low. I don't actually know. I don't know everything about it. Might have skipped town, might have not. Either way, last I heard about him was 4 days ago. I had people coming around asking myself and my friends about it.
What sort of people?
You see, that's the thing. All people I'd never seen before, but all of them so painfully normal looking I wouldn't even know where to start.
That is strange.
Yeah, it was suspicious as all hell, but, you know, they paid. So I told them.
Rana gives him 2 more gold coins and says, "What were they asking exactly?"
Well, now that you've rejogged my memory there, they were asking about certain things, what he'd said, if he'd referred to anything about a bargain of sorts, any secrets he'd shared, any information he wasn't supposed to, and who all he'd spoken to, all he'd been seen talking to, any sort of magic he'd been seeing, what sort of company he was keeping. And you know, now that you mention it, there was one question on if he was talking to someone that looks an awful lot like you.
Who?
Pointing at Arana. Going off to my memory here.
Does any of that sound familiar to Arana? Like,
Nope. Not remotely. Just whatever they were asking about, you apparently were also something they were asking about too.
Ooh.
Just not as much.
So that's...
they were wondering if we've found each other yet. Wondering what we were doing, wondering why we were doing it.
Were any of them humans, tiefling, or...
Dragonborn and gnomes mostly in these parts. One elf.
That's also not really something that you can trust.
Yeah.
That's about all I know, really, unfortunately. Even if you paid me. You know everything I do on that front. Seemed like a nice fella, but he seems to have gotten mixed up in something pretty interesting. All I know is that as soon as the answers were given, they vanished, and neither me or any of my friends have seen any of those people around, and we definitely made a mark to remember their faces.
So they're from out of town would go in the event.
They definitely weren't.
Or they simply made those faces disappear, Kyra.
If we're going that level,
They're asking questions about what kind of information my dad was giving out. You know what that can mean?
threatening your homeland, I'm guessing?
Or something to that effect.
That bodes poorly for everyone.
You've paid well, so I'm going to not use this information. Not even remotely.
It's not like anybody can get anything out of me anyway.
I don't actually doubt you when you say that. I hear that a lot, but I actually believed it coming out of you.
Oh,
So, if you need anything else, let's try a different drop zone next time. Metering around the western end of the Skystone perimeter, near the fence. If I found anything by then, I'll let you know.
thank you.
I'm making this a priority now because this is actually pretty interesting. You lot are looking for some fun things.
Irana actually does like a kind of complicated looking bow and straightens back up and goes, "Kinda glad we met."
Well, my coin purse sure is thankful. I'm gonna eat like a king tonight.
Thank you.
You might want to come to the inn. There might be something there that you've never tasted before.
Mm-hmm. You definitely got my attention there. I would, but it might be past my bedtime.
I'll just bring some next time we ask you some questions then.
I'd like that very much. Now, if you'll excuse me. He just kind of opens the door, the bell sound, and just paces his way out into the crowd.
Well,
That shit's really worrying, actually.
yes, that is very strange. That is very strange. But, if I may say so, she stretches and cracks like her knuckles. We would like to go do something physically strenuous.
You do definitely look like you could stand to blow off some steam.
Oh,
We wish we had a stronger weapon besides our whip, but we will make do with what we have.
didn't you buy all those weapons in the... Oh yeah, you
What
took...
tabard he has now.
She left them all with the gnome, Schmidtley.
Oh, he didn't take the hand axe, did he?
No,
Okay.
hand axe and whip and shield are still there.
Alrighty. And of course, her
By the way,
drill.
I was turning in early for. Cause I
Well-
assume it's like evening right now.
It looks like yeah. I think we ought to make sure about anybody else. Though, the gnome boy did just say something about heading to the fight pit. Spoke like there were answers there that he didn't. Well, I guess that's if we want to deal with that alternative means.
I, for one, don't really like engaging in combat, but
You do not have to. We will.
I'll come watch you, Ellie.
You do not
It
wish
might-
to.
I mean, if it's not a group thing, it might just be individuals. Could be a good way to get information. We don't have to fight if we don't want to. If we don't like the look of it and we all have to fight to compete at all, we'll leave.
Yes. Well, I didn't hear that, but we will not force anyone to do any combat, but we would like to blow off some
I
steam.
hope there's an intermission fee because I just blew everything to get you bobbing.
Yes, and I'm very thankful for that. I will.
And we could win some money, because we're all kind of broke right now. Yeah. Tyra, do you have no money?
I spent almost all of it to get her something.
Ellie gives you 9 gold.
Yes, I'll pay for a few more nights at the end. Any event?
Yeah, definitely seems that's a good option. All right, well, let's head down to the crater then. And you as you start making your way outside, you do hear and you're on the inside this time, you can hear the Thunder Forge. You can actually hear it and feel it this time. It's just this immense bone rumbling sound of just a hammer, just of unspeakable size, just striking down on metal with an immense amount of force. You feel it down in every extremity, your bodies vibrate, your teeth chatter, and then it just magically goes quiet. The vibration does not dull to a gradual stop like normal. It just instantly is gone.
This is a strange place.
That it is. And pretty much immediately, you see people just dropping their tools, stretching, and just starting to move out into the streets. Day shift has ended.
Huh.
This is exactly when they said people went down to that pit. Recommend we try and see what we can find. I'll try and sniff around.
Yeah, let's might as well head there and see what happens.
Alrighty. It is not hard to find.
Where's the map?
There are several of them scattered around the town. The closest one to where you guys are is this one right here. So you approach
Oh,
an actual. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You approach and you can see lots of adventuring types, lots of raucous shouting, a few workmen gathered around, people selling food on stands, very WrestleMania energy. As you step up, you see in the interior that same white dragonborn down in the pit that you saw getting his pseudo-dragon fitted is fighting a very large boar.
A boar?
Yep. It is charging around, running like crazy. He hits the boar at one point really hard, and the boar actually shapeshifts back into an elf.
Oh.
The elf pulls out a couple of scimitars. They go back to blade work. It is a very intense, very fun match that a lot of people are enjoying very much. You can just see it appears to be a one-on-one bout.
Yay. Ellie puts her hand on Kyra's shoulder. We would really like to blow off some steam.
Do you have a weapon?
We have our whip, and we have our teeth.
I mean, I get by with less.
We may not be able to hit quite as strong as with our hammer, but cracks or joints, we may do without it for long before that.
If you want, go right ahead.
All right.
Just do whatever the official.
Yep, it's not hard to find the person officiating the match. There is built alongside the perimeter, kind of rising up above it, is something akin to a siege tower. I've just randomly assembled wood and stone, and standing up on the top of it is a pure, bald little gnome that is kind of just looking down over the thing with glee.
Excuse us.
Yeah. So, one looking to watch or looking to take part?
We would like to take part.
Oh, how much you putting down?
I'm sorry?
Well, you don't know how that works, huh? Howdy. No worries. No worries whatsoever. Way this pit works is simple. Whatever you put down, you get twice of it back if you win.
Ah, well. Ellie drops 5 gold down.
Hey, perfectly respectable. Some people, low risk, low reward, but hey, low risk.
I'm so broke. We're all kind of broke now, though.
Rana slams 10 more gold down there.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. You looking to do doubles or just singles?
Just helping her out.
All right, singles it is. Nothing wrong with that. All right, got ourselves a matching bed here. All right, next match is all yours. In fact, it should be. We don't kill. That's about it. So just whatever gets you that advantage, you take it.
Apparently not. So we may use the full extent of our abilities.
We ask for nothing less.
Okay. Hey, as her echo manifests right next to her.
Like, yeah, that's about right. In fact, and as he's saying that, just boom, there is an explosion right behind in the arena. As just some kind of massive spell-like ability goes off. Like,
Oh.
looks like we got a winner, and turns around, and that Dragonborn has been knocked out cold. And there is a big smoldering crater right in the middle. And the elf is bloody and beaten to hell, but holds up a hand, and the crowd just absolutely goes nuts. People immediately come down, take up the Dragonborn, lift them out of the pit, start applying potions and whatnot to the fellow. Just, all right, you're up then. Well, everyone, looks like we got ourselves another contender right away. You got a name?
Ellie.
Ellie. All right, get yourself in there, Ellie.
Ellie, her echo disappears. Oh, no, her echo disappears, and she jumps down.
All right, excellent. And jump down. And just moving a couple of things here. All right, we are going to change maps now. Dude.
Ooh.
It's humble, but it will do. All right, so
Which side am I on?
you were plopping down right over here next to the tower.
Boop.
Right. And we're going to get some music going here. I think we'll go with this one.
Okay.
The crowd is cheering. They're seeing you come down. Lots of Dragonborn mostly, but a few other folk. So, now then, let's see who you're up against. Will anyone challenge this mighty Ellie with her magical... I don't know what it was called, but it looked really cool.
Oh, yeah, I should pop that down too.
Yep. And jumping down into the pit, you see that Birdman from before.
Oh, fuck!
Wait, is that Cragcat?
Yeah, there is one of them standing next to a Dragonborn.
Oh.
It is petting it along the flank. It's clearly an animal companion of some kind.
Emotional support, Crag Cat.
Very much so.
Ellie nods at the bird person in recognition.
The bird person just nods, flicks off a long, pointy hat of some kind, broad-brimmed hat, draws out a rapier, and roll initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, I still have the ones from last time. There we go. A
Well.
12, not bad. I'll have to add you in. All right, a 12 from Ellie. And for the Burbman, that's actually also a 12, funny enough.
Right next to the 1, so he probably has higher.
Yeah, his is higher, so he'll also go just above you. All right. All right, let's have a good, clean fight. He kind of walks forward. 10, 15, 20, 25. Stop short. Bonus action dash, and I need you to make a dex save.
Okay. Oh, of course. But that's going to be a +2 to my dex save, whatever it is.
An 8.
10.
Okay, you are blinded as he throws sand in your eyes.
It's a 10 with my shield master.
Yeah, you're still blinded as he throws a shield. But he pocket sands you.
God damn you!
Keep up. And he's going to use the rest of his movement to head back over this way. You are blinded for a moment. You can spend an action to get it off of your eyes.
I do so.
Yep.
And my echo walks forward. 5, 10, 20. Right up to here.
Very good.
Echo, goes... just flash steps right in front of him.
Say, neat trick. Don't mind if I do.
And does not do anything.
You can bonus action.
Well, yeah, is an unarmed strike? That's a bonus action, isn't it?
Nah, it's an offhand strike, technically.
Offhand strike, okay. Oh, a hand axe can be used for an offhand strike, right? That's just,
Yep.
It does. It doesn't use my strength modifier, right?
Correct.
Your proficiency, I think.
It's
Haboo!
just a flat thing. 22. Okay, that will hit him even with all of his stuff.
Yeah.
With
Okay.
all of his stuff.
All right, so that would
fine.
just be, yep, just a 5 in this instance. Okay, 5 damage to the boy. Very good. Say, well, you're sharper than you look. And, okay, just doing a little math. Now, if that's your turn, it is now his.
It is. Well, actually, I'm going to move over here.
All right. You are no longer blinded, but he definitely is very quick in that regard. All right, it is now the Birdman's turn. Say, fun trick. I've got a few of my own.
We would like to see them.
All right, so he will offhand strike with the dagger at the Echo,
Alrighty.
and that is an 18.
That hits.
Yep.
God damn it.
So it's just a D4. Does
It's
3
gone.
damage.
It's gone no matter what.
Yep.
It's
So
more
the
dead.
Echo dissipates. It's like, very nice. And he will bonus action move up here, kind of hug the wall, pulls out a short bow, and he's going to take a shot at you.
Oh shit.
Rogues.
That is, with all this stuff, that is a
What?
a 17. I don't think that hits you with your shield out.
It bounces off her shield.
Yep. So the crowd is going nuts at the exchange of blows. Speed versus strength. It's a classic matchup.
It is Ellie's turn now.
He will move a little bit more to strafe the wall the whole time. Get over here. Yep.
No. Okay. That's perfect. Ellie's gonna charge up to him. Manifest her echo right next to him. She won't get flanking, but Ellie attacks with her whip, because that has reach.
That it does. 9 does not hit, unfortunately. He
But-
very deftly ducks underneath it.
Unleash incarnation. And my echo tries to bite him.
Let's
Stop
see
playing.
here. What does that... he best he can do is match it. Yep, the bite will work.
Yeah.
6. A minus modifier. Yep, 6 damage. Okay.
That is my regular attack. That's not minus modifier.
You are correct. All right, minus 6.
And that was my bonus action to summon it, so that is it.
All right, excellent. His turn once again. All right, once again, offhand strike on the Echo with the dagger once more. Yeah, that's a 22.
That hits.
So Echo dissipates once more.
Oof.
He runs up, rapier out this time. And that is a 19.
Just hits.
Just hits.
One above.
Yep. Okay, so this is a rapier. The 8. So that is... Okay, that's 7 points on its own, and now I get to roll sneak attack.
Oh, he's a
Shit.
swashbuckler.
Okay, so that's 7 plus... You take 17 points.
Ow! So it was 7 for the very first hit?
Yeah, 7 was the rapier and 10 from sneak attack.
Okay. Fuck!
He gets in a really deft blow in the joints of your armor. You feel it sink in. You feel it hit something. Your muscle seizes for a moment. It hurt. It's like,
Oof.
they gotta keep up. He's going to go around and hugging the wall along the way.
Doesn't Ellie get an attack of opportunity with a reaction?
Nope.
Yeah.
Swashbucklers counter that.
Oh, right.
Oh, it has the fuck. Damn.
Swashbucklers.
They get mobile light. They basically get diet mobile as a subclass feature.
Alright. My turn again?
Yep, this guy is quick, and he is definitely enjoying himself, and the crowd went nuts at that last move.
She runs up right to him.
Mhm.
Echo pops in behind him. She is going to bite him now.
Feel free.
19.
Okay, that just hits him with
19?
everything. He's got a
5.
few things protecting him. Okay, 5 still.
Incarnation.
You are hurting him.
For my Echo to do it. Natural
Nat
20.
20. All
From
right.
my Echo. I know I do. It's just I just need to fix
10.
this on my sheet still, so that is not right.
No, technically it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Because it's D6. Okay, yeah. So 10.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you're hurting him, but the ganging up thing. He's definitely noticing you are a legitimate threat.
Yep.
All right.
That is turn.
All right. Excellent. Okay. All right. Let me see here.
Fucking swashbucklers, man.
Mm-hmm. Now, what can he do now?
What is your name?
Say, volley.
Ellie.
Volley and
Volley and Ellie.
And now he's going to reveal he's only been using a percentage of his power.
I would not be surprised.
Oh, I mean, you know. All right. Well, in it to win it. One more time with the offhand strike. That is an 18 once again.
God damn it.
He's rolling really, they're middling rolls, but they work in that regard. Yeah, good call, just moving it off to the edge of the screen. It's like, they hit pretty hard, but they go down pretty easy. They trick all the same, though.
Stay down.
Neither do I. And, oh, that's a nat 20.
Oh, poor Ellie.
Well, let's see what happens here. All right. 8. Okay, so that's 18 points just from the pierce. And sneak attack is another 10.
So he did 18 and then 10 more from his...
28 total.
Okay, so...
And I need you to make a con save.
God.
Remember your fighter bullshit, Ellie.
That one.
You're poisoned. You start to feel a little weird from biting him.
Yeah, he's a pooey patooey, all right.
Pooey patooey. That's a good name for those. Yeah, remember that whole thing I found that had all those Kenku and Aarakocra sub races?
Yeah, you have the poisonous verb stat.
Yep. I've got a few tricks of my own, remember? And 15, 20, 25, 30. Moves right, dead center of the battlefield. Just holds up his sword. Everybody cheers. Your turn.
Okay. Bonus action. Second wind.
Heal yourself.
Yeah.
You get 10 back? Nice.
Plus my fighter level, so
13. 14. Pretty good. You steal yourself and manage to get yourself back up on your feet.
Okay. That was my bonus action. So... I can't... She's gonna put away her whip and shoot him with her repulsor rifle.
Feel free. 13 does not hit. No. You pull it out. He just kind of Neo dodges out of the way of it a little bit.
Fucking key pulse. God damn it.
Say, Don't give up on me now. Fight's getting fun.
She's
And
eyeing it, but
well, that repulsor rifle is technically a two-handed weapon since it's a longbow equivalent, so your AC drops by 2.
oh joy.
So he will throw the dagger he was holding at you. That is a 19.
Granted.
What level is he?
He's level 4, actually.
Oh.
He's just rolling pretty good.
And I've been rolling like shit all night.
Actually, I don't know, that nat 20. Believe it or not, you have got him really fucked up. That's why he's keeping his distance this time. Alright, so 8 points of damage from the thrown dagger. And he is going to step back, all the way back to the far wall. Weapons out. Only the rapier in his hands.
Alright. He's gonna pull the dagger out of her arm and toss it to the ground. Gonna go up to here, manifest her echo in front of her, right there.
System things.
Check something. No, actually, Erica's gonna just stand right in front of her, and she's going to use her action to guard.
All right. Playing defense now. All right. That's good. You're thinking strategically here. All right. The crowd is just getting super tense. All right.
Also, you have his dagger, so he can't do the offhand thing anymore.
Nope. But moves over here, pulls out his short bow, takes aim at you. Oh my god, he nat 20'd again.
I'm defending though, so that gives him disadvantage.
You're correct. Very good for that, because his next roll is a nat 1.
Severity.
We're doing severity. That's a 95. That's severe. All right, so as he unleashes the bow and pulls it back out, the bow snaps. Wood splinters getting into his eyes.
Ooh.
Now is he blinded?
He is blinded for the time being, yes.
Ha!
Ah. He will...
Manual bow.
Yep. He's an old school fellow, what can I say? All right. So he has nothing of any particular note. Okay, he is going to bonus action dash his way to where he climbs up to the very tip top and is standing on top right at the very rim, not quite standing up on the full thing of the pit. About 10 feet up in the air. Just rubbing at his eyes, picking splinters out.
Okay.
That is all he can do this turn.
5, 10, 15.
Man, even my physical dice heaven are hell this game.
20. But he's up 10 feet.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. Oops.
Oh, no.
It has a reach of 10 feet.
Yes, it does.
Have
That hits him.
Three.
3, still pretty good. You definitely managed to lash onto him, almost makes him lose his grip.
Could I forego damage to try and pull him down?
You could attempt to grapple with it. I would allow that.
Okay, how do I grapple? Is that...
Competing athletics.
Or acrobatics.
I'm proficient in acrobatics.
Yeah, but he has expertise in acrobatics.
Yeah.
Which, not that matters. That's another nat 1. Yeah, you managed to get him and knock him down to the ground, and I am going to make him take falling damage.
Okay.
Yeah, that does it.
So, wait, is he
You got
dead?
him down. No, he is unconscious. He hits the ground, all the air gets knocked out of him, and he just is out cold.
Cook.
Fuck. Ellie's like, wait.
It's like,
That's
we
it?
got a winner! And everyone just erupts.
Ellie herself, well, her echo holds him up, helps him get to his feet.
I really
You are very skilled with those blades of yours.
you hit like a rock slide.
And we did not bring our strongest weapon with us either.
Don't tell me that now.
Ellie, takes his hand.
Ellie's the one who got to pull that. I didn't even use a percentage of my power.
I was prepared to do my action surge right there and hit him 3 more times.
He had 10 HP left. The falling damage did the rest because he napped on twice. Alright.
Ellie holds up his hand with gestures to the crowd. She has had her hood up the whole time.
Of course.
And her echo takes his other hand and holds up his other hand.
It's like,
Join us. Meet our friends.
okay.
She helps him up.
Kind of.
Yeah, man. We're beating up gladiators and forcibly adopting them.
Hey, that is the only win she's gotten all day, so she's going to fucking enjoy it.
Yep. You take volley the Kinku up to the top of the pit. Everyone cheering, lots of pats on the back. Another fight immediately breaks out, moments later, this time between 2 gnomes that are just straight up fighting tooth and nail. They don't have any weapons on them.
Oh, they both gnomes.
Yes. In terms of the way they're fighting.
Ellie is looking much less tense than she was earlier. Thank you for that fight. That was extremely close.
Glad that you think so. Ow.
You almost had us down.
Not my best night. Ow. Just kind of plucking splinters out from between his feathers. Pulls out a little flask of a potion and just kind of pours it down and just actually kind of pecks his beak into the bottle and kind of slurps it out that way. Pitohuis have very long, slender, pointed beaks, almost jay crow-like in some ways. Ow. Wait, what brings you out here to this corner of the city to beat up strangers?
Well, we came for a bit of relief after a rough day, but we're also hoping to find anyone who had any kind of information on curses.
That's so.
Yes. We are dealing with a rather nasty curse right now.
Well, is this about yourself or someone else?
It is about ourselves.
We should talk.
Yes, we should. These are my friends, Kyra, and Orana, and Imako.
Pleasure. I'm working on a bit of a curse cure myself right now. Funny enough.
What does curse do?
No. Not in this case. Oi.
Oh.
Ricket, over here. And emerging from the crowd, you actually see another Kinku wearing a hood over their head moving over. Very similar complexion, but this one is confident in the body language. A little kind of hunched over, a little bit more short and diminutive. Not saying a word. This is my brother. He's, say introduce yourselves, but he kind of can't. We're not going to talk about that here.
We have a room at the... What was it called again? The Wrathful...
Wrathful Scallion.
The room at the Wrathful Scallion is going to take us there, but...
Sounds good to me. I could go for a nightcap after that. Maybe a bag of ice.
We are sorry.
No, you're not. You're too happy to be sorry. I wouldn't have been sorry if I beat you.
We are sorry for... Then let us rephrase. We are not sorry for beating you. But we are sorry that you are still sore.
It's mostly just the fact that my bow broke and I've got fucking splinters in my eyes. I'm going to be picking out for the next 2 weeks.
Did you get that bow from the Schmanuels?
No, it's actually a family heirloom.
Oh.
That's fine. It was
Sorry,
old.
ending on it.
Oh.
Alright, a couple of castings of mending later, it is back up to its normal state. I still think I might invest in one of those new guns the humans make, though.
Ellie! Ellie offers him her repulsor rifle.
Huh. You really like rubbing salt in wounds, but he still grabs it and holds on to it.
We have used it once.
Not a bad feel. I'll give it a trial run. If I don't like it, I'll give it back to you. How's that sound?
This is acceptable.
Excellent. Alright, so it takes a little bit of time to make your way back. Volley is overall a pretty friendly fellow as you make your way back to the Wrathful Scallion, but the whole time on the way, his brother Rickett never says a word.
Ellie has an idea why.
I'm gonna roll an intelligence check on that one.
You can.
Alright, or would that be an Arcana check, see if that's a result of a curse or something?
Arcana would also work.
Because intelligence I have a 3, Arcana I have a 7.
Feel free.
Not that it matters that I rolled a 2.
I'm gonna try with my 0. No.
Another 9, wow. You both just have an idea that it's definitely a curse, but you don't know enough and you don't want to assume. Neither of you have seen many Kenku before.
Yeah. We've
They're
never,
not
we've
wrong.
never
Kenku
seen
Pirate
any.
Zone was a Kiwi Kenku.
Okay.
Irana,
Also a cyborg.
Irana could try, but she's got a pretty good idea. The reason why he's quiet is because of a curse, and it's not, polite to ask anymore.
Yeah.
She's not asking, she's just thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You make your way to the tavern, sit down inside. It's not quite as loud as it was the night before.
Okay, what was our winnings?
You put 15 gold down, you got 30 back.
Woo! 10 for each of us.
Yep, if you so choose to allot it that way.
I do, yes.
So
Yep.
10 each.
10 each.
I'm up to
Thank
19
you.
now.
Thank you, Arana.
No problem.
And Kyra is going to give 3 to Ron and 3 to Ellie.
Aw.
So we all get technically 13 each. From Ellie.
Yeah, I have 17 gold now.
Very nice.
Irana gives you the 3 gold back with a shake of her head. It's like, I still have more. Like, you can keep those.
Aw.
You three act like you've known each other a while, or at the very least like you've been through shit.
Shit.
Well,
Definitely shit.
Yeah, in a very literal sense.
yes. We went through sewers. It was awful.
Hunting a deep scion and all that.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah,
We killed the Deep Scion.
the human town north of here was dealing with a very particular abyssal infestation that was stealing children and other people.
And I'm guessing that's where your curse came from.
Yes,
Yeah.
we bit them, and we drank some of their blood.
You've already been warned about that plenty, I'm guessing, so I'm not going
Yes, we
to
have.
echo that.
She's like straight faced. Yes, we have.
She's
Thank
had this lecture.
Yes.
Yeah, I could tell from the look in your eyes. Now then,
You
Well-
magic can't see my face.
an elder curse like that's hard to cure, especially since there aren't many. Me and my brother have traveled around the land a little bit, from way south of here, but surely had a bit of a lead on it. Ricketts, the brother just nods and does a couple of little clicking sounds.
We are
Yeah.
guessing that one of you is cursed as well.
For us, it's more or less something that we can just expect to happen. I'm not going to go into the history lesson as to why, but some Kenku just spontaneously go mute.
Ah, That is strange. We have never heard of anything like that.
It's a long, long story. Very long, and honestly, I don't know the whole of it. I didn't pay much attention when Mom and Dad warned us about it. Just that it could happen at any time. Make sure you're very honest and upfront with people while you can speak, just in case you're no longer able to. And learn how to write. Rickett and I were traveling around looking for...
Sorry.
Yeah, looking for a way to undo it. There are ways. It's a very old curse and another powerful one. Minor, more of an irritant, but talking's better than not.
I was gonna roll a religion check to see if she's heard of this.
You certainly can.
Be a history.
Both would work.
I'm gonna go with one I have higher.
History. Okay. The Kenku curse is something you did hear about when you were in Zanguza briefly. There are a lot more Kenku there.
You wouldn't happen to be from Zanguza, would you?
Nah, I'm not personally. I know most of my kind are there. We are Commonwealth boys. Just far south. The curse is something to do with our origins. Old broken oaths, losing our wings, stuff like that. I don't particularly care about the wing thing, but we had a bit of a lead on something that could potentially do it. It's a risky lead, but it's the best one we've got. You can't cure curses like this easily, but there are folk out there that can work the weave of magic very capably, and they can remove just about any curse.
So what individuals are you looking for? We were told to seek out a Radwith cleric or paladin, but the information there has been scarce, to say the least.
No doubt.
We also heard there was a dragon who might be able to help us.
A dragonborn.
No, there's an actual dragon.
In the town, yes, the copper running the circus was a potential lead.
I don't know anything about any of that. Ragmuth cleric sounds like a very big thing.
They may be able to help you as well.
Never met one. Not that I'm aware of. But I have heard tell of a few things. The best lead I've got, 2 days, only a few days back, my brother and I were south of here, next town down called Rinnick. We were actually about to take a job there, potentially everything. We came up here to get some supplies and some extra money. Most of the work there isn't really to do with the town. It's, to do with what's near it.
What is that?
Big old swamp called Bentroot. Might have heard of it.
Ooh, yes. That's up near. That's kind of near where we're from too.
Yeah, it's a dangerous place, lots of things, but heard there are very powerful witches there.
Would they maybe be able to help us?
Kara looks at Ellie and like,
she doesn't know.
It's like, they can remove just about any curse you could find. It'd probably be easier to get to than trying to find an actual holy man of a sleeping god.
from what I know,
I feel there's a butt here.
from what I know of the witches of Bentroot, going into that swamp also risks being close to water and Tatu's influence for her.
Well, I believe it is ocean, not the water itself.
So, yeah, ocean curses don't do much to that. That place runs by magical rules all its own. It's a holdover from the Fae invasion. Lots of magic there that's very different. They can work with the rules and boundaries of this one very capably. I know that's probably a lot to go for and a bit of a long shot, but not all of the ones there can be as evil as I've heard.
Kara would have heard of the Hags of Bentroot.
Oh, hags are just a popular horror story for children in Madria, period. You know there are ones near in Bentroot.
I've heard horror stories of the crones and hags of Bentroot.
So have I. terrible ones, but I've also heard of ones who aren't so malicious. Also heard that they're more than willing to do it if you do them a favor in turn.
Tario looks at Marco and asks him until your thoughts on this.
Well, I mean, that man's word were to be trusted. Ellie's got anywhere from 2 weeks to a month.
And being close to the water would expedite that immensely.
It would, but even if we move far away from it, who knows if we'll find one at this point.
Well,
That may become our only option. I don't like the thought of it any more than you do.
let's talk with the Dragonborn and the dragon in the circus and see what they have to say, and wait for Schmolver to come back to us. If that's our only option, that's our only option. But
Yeah, it gives me shivers just thinking about it. Take it from a Fae. Hags are about as bad news as it gets if you cross them.
If worst comes to worst, our two
I
parties.
have not been sharing this.
Yep.
I know. If worst comes to worst, our two parties could go together.
If you should decide that, we'll be in Rinnick for a few days before we embark. Make sure we've got everything. I'm trying to make sure we've got plenty to potentially appease any unruly demands. If absolute need be, Rinnick, Riskit and I can fight our way out of just about anything. And if not, we're really good at running away.
We saw that tonight.
Well,
Yeah, for sure.
we have other channels open to us at the moment that we can check. But even this last resort sounds better than Ellie turning into something else.
If you become some kind of abyssal creature, there won't be anything of you left.
We would rather die before that happens.
Well, I understand if you're reserved. I don't love the thought of this option for us either, but you do what you can for the people close to you. I would very much like Risky to speak again, even if it means having to hear out some things I normally never would, consider options I normally never would. Well, if you're ever interested in that, Rennick is the next town down south. If you're planning on going through the Commonwealth, it's the only next stop you'll have.
We're probably gonna head there regardless, given our. I doubt we're gonna get much else in terms of.
Well, if you are, feel free to seek us out. So, be happy to have the company. I don't cherish the thought of going into that bog, just the two of us, but hiring help to go there has been a fruitless endeavor.
We do technically work for the guild, so
If you would need it,
it's lucrative for both of us if needs be.
Yeah, potentially. Well,
we saw we saw you in combat. You can hold your own.
not as well as I'd like.
That is why you have to assist.
Suppose so. Well, like I said, if we can help each other, that would be grand. I know at the very least they'd be powerful enough to remove the curse. I just don't know what would come out of that. That's got to be, but that can't be a great option, but it's better than dying.
We will see what the dragon says tomorrow.
Yeah, it is getting late, isn't it? Better be getting back. Two Kinku walking the streets ain't exactly a welcome sight for most, and I've already gotten the shit beat out of me once tonight.
Ellie puts 2 gold on the table. Get a room.
You're very kind. All right, Riskit. Why don't we go and let me lay down and see just how sore I am in the morning? And the two Kinku head upstairs, and left with several options in your heads and the potentials about what to do next and some potential leads to follow. That is where we will end the session.